So first, I would request Dr. R.K. Shaktidevan to brief about Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine.
Very good morning to everyone. A warm welcome to all the delegates for today and tomorrow, next 2 days scientific sessions. So the Indian College of Lab Animal Medicine started in the year 2020. It's a very young organization. So it took a lot of time for us to make the path for the past 3 to 4 years since the year 2019 onwards. So our governing council, there are 10-member governing council. This was the concept started was in the month of February 2019 at Mumbai. Thereafter, we have collaboration with the Eclamp international associations. Thereafter, we had a series of events. It's a second workshop. First workshop was conducted in the year 2019 at Pune. Now this is the second workshop. It's very happy to see many participants this time. So this is very encouraging for us to take it forward the next step. Thank you for everyone. Please attend all these sessions today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Arvind Ingle to give his remarks.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I congratulate and thank you all for joining this session, and I welcome everyone for this pre-conference workshop, which is going to be a very encouraging for the young veterinarians who are, they are the potential candidates for the next future diplomats. And this session, first half of the day, will have deliberation on whatever the consequences and the establishing the Indian laboratory animal medicine, and you will really enjoy. And there may be a lot of literature on establishing the Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. However, it would be always helpful to listen from the horse's mouth, and a lot of deliberation would be there to clear the doubts about how to join and how to get into the Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. And we have in another session wherein in the afternoon, Palamur Biosciences will be demonstrating some of the workshop material and live demos, which will also be a very good opportunity for all of us to get into the field. And I wish you all the very good success for this. And at the end of the day, you will realize the importance of the both the session of this workshop. With this, I congratulate you again and welcome you for this pre-conference workshop. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. S.G. Ramchandra to give his remarks.
Okay, so good morning to all of you. So I'm really glad to be a part of this workshop, and also I welcome you all on behalf of Eclamp as a registrar. I'm extremely happy to note that there are 191 people have registered for this workshop. It's really overwhelming response from the participants. So in the history of LASA, we never seen 191 participants in any of the workshop. In some of the conference also had not that much of. So it's all because of your support, and also so I really see a lot of young faces here. So I'm extremely happy, and probably this may be because the scientific committee has very critically crafted the program, especially the considering the current scenario and the need. So for that reason, I think it has attracted a lot of people. So in the morning session, as Dr. English said, so we are going to give some glimpse of Eclamp, and afternoon the Palamuru Bio team, especially Dr. Anup and Sharma, they are going to really going to give a good talk on the large animal model experiment, large animal models, especially porcine and the sheep. So I'm sure so you all will get benefited by this workshop, and wish you all a great learning. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. T. Vijayaraghavan, our Chief Guest of Honor, to give his presidential remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me for this one. I don't know, I'm a misfit here with all the stalwarts and Augustus audience. I don't know where I'm fitting in this particular thing. Anyway, thank you for considering me, and then I will probably learn something. And LASA, I know, I mean, we've been quite associated with them. They've been doing a human service, especially Mahesh, Dr. Kalakumar and the team has done a wonderful organization. 191 people registered is something phenomenal, I would say. And the type of conference theme, which is also very, very interesting. I was just trying to understand what is a One Health, I mean, One Health program, animal models for One Health program. Thanks to Dr. Kalakumar, he's just given me. Probably, I think it makes sense, you know, with so much of pandemic after the COVID, things are really changing. The whole world is really also undergoing, you know, like COVID comes, then the monkeypox, etc. So we need to have a model, since animal as well as the human health are closely connected. I think that is required for us to create a model which is really not, you know, averse to so many antibiotics and other things, also then emerging diseases like that. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And in that context, you know, large animal is playing a major role, though there are a lot of bit of aversion. I think, unfortunately, we cannot avoid. I mean, studies for human, animal studies cannot be avoided. Yes, we have to do a sort of both animal welfare and science has to coexist. What is important is actually how we use them, how effectively use them is more important for us. In that context, I think Anup and Dr. Sharma, they're coming out very, very great guys and have done a wonderful job. Probably can just give a glimpse of how a One Health animal model can be. Just think that would, all of you should really attend that and learn a lot of things. And if I may, with your permission, I just wanted to do one which is slightly out of this thing. LASA, I think, you know, when you did that LASA thing, we were also helped you in the things. The new college thing, medicine, we are also, as we see, as Palamur per se, our vision is basic to bring one of the large preclinical large animal facility. My vision, as well as my partner who cannot come, Mr. Venkat Reddy, is held up in the college to really make Palamur as one of the more like a Wuxi type, you know, if not, you know, Asia top level actually. And okay, money is to be made incidentally, but we wanted to create a platform so that all of us can make use of that. And we have a very good scientific team and all your guidance, people like you. We wanted to really move forward in this particular area, and we support also. So we since we have a medical college, so education is becoming more a thing. Whatever help we can do in your college, we'll be too glad to do that one. My humble request is, you know, if you see after the pandemic has happened, if you go to United States, full of Indian doctors, any channel you open, I was there, somebody is giving about lectures an Indian doctor, you know, and majority of them like that. So why not you make the veterinarians thing? Like, you know, we have a lot of requirements, you know, as Anup and DC know, we need requirement for Mauritius operation. There's a shortage of veterinarians. Europe, there is a shortage of veterinarians. Please focus how we can really improve and then make veterinarians as like doctors, you know, like how they are demanded. In fact, so a lot of, in fact, I'm looking for some sort of a program with you, LASA and other people to, even Dr. Kalakumar, in fact, I spoke to him on this one. We need a lot of young veterinarians, train them. So there is an opportunity for us. So India can also grow in this particular segment. So that one area I requested. Secondly, I just also wanted to mention is LASA should play a major role. Only is an education. Another one is how we can improve the ease of business. You know, being there actually, as I mentioned it, science is important, animal welfare is important. They have to coexist. So, but still, we have to have some procedures, etc. Please help look at the prune the whatever systems and thing, and especially Sir Ramchandran sir is there. He is a committee member, etc. See how we can just to do some of the modify, improve. I think CP is doing a great job in improving on this one. This I remember always, whenever I see, when you say there is a story, thing, when Yagam was done, they always tie one particular cat. Everybody must have known this also. And then they're trying to understand why this one is there. When the initial time when they did that one, what has happened, one cat was there, it was creating a lot of problems. So the cat, just to think they tied it up. Then from the time onwards, everybody tie a cat doing yoga. Sometimes if you don't prune or look at scientifically, things may not be, really look at it. So it also helps us in the sense, as an entrepreneur, my business also has to go, science has to be taken care, and animal welfare also has to be taken care. And please, I request you to look at it, the broader perspective of this one. Education is one thing, and I can definitely see Palamur can play a role in your medical college. If anything, whatever that, feel free, and then we will have to do that. The third point I would like to stress on this, how the analytics, data, and technology can be used to reduce the 3R. Like 3R principle you're talking about, we can definitely look at it. There's so many studies are doing. If you can do, why you are doing about 50 animal study or 30 animal studies, if you can do a standard model, collect the data and see what is the thing, inferences are coming. If you can do, instead of doing 30 animal, can we do 10 animals? So they have a basic, etc. So we can really also willing to work with the LASA. If we can study if that kind of is done, we can create, we can also, in fact, I wanted to suggest to CPCS to get some grant or something like that. We say, definitely it will help in the longer run to reduce the animal reduction program, etc. So it's indirectly affecting us, but it's a sign. Important thing is animal welfare is very important for us. So with these few words, and thank you all for giving an opportunity for my patient hearing. I wish you all the best, and I'm looking forward to a great evening and continuous. Thank you all.
That is an interesting talk and very insightful, Mr. Raghavan. Always good to have entrepreneurs with a scientific bent of mind. Now, I would like, now we have the pre-conference souvenir release by the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. We would now like to felicitate our Chief Guest of Honor, Mr. T. Vijay Raghavan. I request Dr. S.G. Ramachandran to present him with a shawl. And Dr. Arvind Ingle to present him with the memento, please. Thank you. I would now request Dr. Satyavani to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Satyavani from ICMR NIN Animal Facility. It is a great privilege for me to present vote of thanks on behalf of local organizing committee of LASA 2022. First and foremost, we thank conference COVID-free environment. Our special thanks to the chief guest, to Mr. T. Vijay Raghavan, Palamur Biosciences, for gracing the pre-conference inaugural and also being the pillar of this supporting of this conducting this conference. Our special and sincere thanks to Dr. S.G. Ramachandra, Director ICMR North BR, for sparing his valuable time. Our special thanks to also due to Dr. Arvind Ingle, President Eclamp and LASA, and Dr. R.K. Shaktidevan, Secretary, Indian College of Lab Animal Medicine. Thank you one and all who are attended this pre-conference. Thank you one and all.
I now request Dr. Thomas to take over the.
Good morning, everyone. So let's kickstart the day with some teachings and learnings of Eclamp. And considering this as one of the biggest gathering for the workshop, we'll be starting with the introduction to the College of Laboratory Animal Medicine by Dr. S.G. Ramachandra. I invite Dr. Ramachandra onto the stage, please.
Yes.
Okay, good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give us a brief glimpse or introduction about the Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. As you are aware, I think most of you are aware, so LASA was established way back, almost a decade back, with the intention to bring all the people who are working in the field of laboratory science under one platform. So over the years, we have grown in the last, this is I think 10th conference we are organizing. So I think I'm the luckiest person to attend all the 10 international conferences organized by LASA. So I'm really extremely happy for that. So over the years, we have evolved a lot actually. And so we started a training program called LASA-C. It was some 7 or 8 years back, I think. With a basic intention to train the people or those who are working in the field of laboratory science with the help of Tanuvas, LASA, and CPSA. So we created an MOU, and that program is successfully running. And probably I think next month also we are having one more program. Okay. So and then we thought, so why can't we have in Indian College of Laboratory Medicine also to impart specialized training for the veterinarians. So with that intention, so we started this program. So just I have divided my speech into different parts for the sake of convenience. So actually, the Indian College of Laboratory Medicine established to promote the advances in laboratory medicine through a dissemination of knowledge to the laboratory veterinarians, and also enhance the competency and the skills and harmonization of practices and standards and training of various laboratory species. So all these years, so we are not having a exclusive course for veterinarians who are working in the laboratory science. Most of them are on the job training, and few people went abroad and got trained. So they are really helping us as a trainer actually. So we are using them as trainer, and so with their knowledge, so we would like to impart the knowledge to the younger generation also. So actually, we started this entire program. Eclamp was officially initiated after the LASA Executive Committee approval in February 2019. So, and again, so when LASA representative was delegated to connect through the international contacts, and official letter was submitted to the International Association of Colleges of Laboratory Medicine. In short, it's called Eclamp. So in April 2019. So after that, so the board of directors of Eclamp discussed about our request to start the Indian College of Laboratory Medicine in India, and so we were lucky. In principle, they accepted in May 2019 actually. So within a month after our request letter sent to them, so they agreed. So then after that, the entire process started, and the Eclamp BOD invited a representative from Eclamp to attend their quarterly basis, because we are new to this entire program. So we did not know how to conduct a program and award diploma certificate. So for that reason, they asked us to be a part of their BOD and watch for 1 year how the proceedings are happening. And after that only, so they said that they will give the final approval. So later in LASA EC, I again decided to conduct a workshop in 2019 and invited diplomats from American College of Laboratory Medicine and also Japan College of Laboratory Medicine. So where more than 100 plus participants attended the pre-conference workshop in 2019. So subsequently, what we did actually, the Eclamp was submitted the application through membership questionnaire. So there's a questionnaire. So why we want to start, all those information is there, and we have provided entire dossier to the Eclamp in April 2020. So 1 year after the observationship is over. So again, the registration process was started in May 2020 by drafting the bylaws, and again we successfully registered this Eclamp on 25th June 2020 at Salem, Tamil Nadu. The Eclamp application was accepted based upon the progress, and again they approved a full membership by the Eclamp Board of Directors in December 2020. So we were really lucky enough to get the full membership in the first go itself. This is based upon the credentials of the members who actually approached the Eclamp. So then the formation of Eclamp was published in the newsletters of Eclamp and LASA between January to April 2021. So in addition to that, so whatever, so the Eclamp activities is periodically assessed by LASA EC also, because it's a part of LASA EC, and also from the International College of Laboratory Medicine also. So they are quarterly, so we have to update them also. So in nutshell, so all the administrative activities were completed in April 2021, and the founder diplomat was selected in May 21, and thereafter de facto diplomats are also selected in July 21. Because this is a time-bound program, so we have to do all this process within the first year, and after that only, so we have to start our activities. So, and then Eclamp AGM was conducted in the month of September, and again invited applications nationwide and selected the first batch of diplomat candidates in the November 2021. So there are a lot of criteria for the selection of candidates that English is going to elaborate on those things. And there's a lot of other issues like a role delineation document, so that Dr. Shakti is going to elaborate in his speech. So again, this ongoing this Eclamp program is again monitored by the board through a monthly meeting. So for the progress of candidates, so every month we are going to have a meeting, and then we are going to assess how their progress is actually. So as I said earlier, so this, registration was done as per the Tamil Nadu Societies Registration Act 1975 at Salem. And the main mission of this Eclamp is to provide specialty training to veterinarians in the field of laboratory animal medicine by adhering to all the animal welfare principles, 3R principles, and again advances in veterinary care and welfare, and animal resource management, teaching, research in laboratories. All these things actually it's our mission, basically in a nutshell, to train the veterinarian to in the field of laboratory medicine. So basically, Eclamp is a non-profit scientific organization entitled to award diplomat to the veterinarians after successful completion of the board examination. So this is officially supported by the Laboratory Scientists Association, and also we have a lot of international collaborations, and we are a part of the conglomerate like American College of Laboratory Medicine, and European College of Laboratory Medicine, Japanese College of Laboratory Medicine, and Korean College of Laboratory Medicine. So all these, we are part of this international conglomerate now. And the objectives of this Eclamp is the primary objectives of college is to further the scientific progress of laboratory medicine in India, and increase the competency by certification of those who practice in this field. So there will be an exam, so you have to prove your competency, and then only you'll get the certificate. And it's also other objective is to establish the standards for postgraduate certification, education, training, and experience as a prerequisite, and also examination for qualification as a specialist in laboratory medicine. And also to establish the routes through education, training, and experience that provide the most time-efficient pathway to qualify for board certification. So we train all the applicants thoroughly in a 1 year period, and then we'll make them to take the exam. And again, ensuring that all the training and experience requirements and all prerequisites for examination eligibility are relevant to the assessment of the candidates. This is also one of the objectives. And again, examining and certifying veterinarians as a specialist in the laboratory medicine, and also to establish MOE with different research organizations, either private or government, in different parts of the country for residential training program. So already several institutes have joined hands with Eclamp for training the veterinarians. And so we are also going to sign soon, NARBR also is going to sign soon for large animal training program for the veterinarians. So basically this Eclamp has a governing council, so it consists of president, vice president, registrar, secretary, joint secretary, treasurer, and councillors, 4 councillors. So, and their term is only 3 years. I think Dr. English is going to elaborate on that. And so we also have an exhaustive bylaws. So what are the rules and regulations and roles and responsibilities of each person in the council. So all these things are elaborated there. So you can visit the website, Eclamp website, and you can read more. And I'll not take much time because all the other topics, like the registration procedure, the training and experience requirements for board examination, I think Dr. English is going to elaborate on that. And again, there's a big document called role, RDD, we call it as role delineation document. So what are the topics we are going to study for the examination certification? So that is going to be dealt by Dr. Shakti. And again, what are the advantages of getting this certification? So present and future status, I think Dr. Cole is going to elaborate on that. So I'll stop at this because I think we have a lot of other good speakers to hear and learn from them. Okay. So. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. It was a really wonderful presentation because now we can understand how we will be able to increase the value and the specialization techniques, and how as a professional we will be able to improve our skills. So it's a great step towards the improvement. I once again thank you, Ramchandran sir, for the wonderful presentation. We'll now be having a short break of around 30 minutes for a tea break. We have I believe the food court is on the left side of the auditorium. So please convene back after 30 minutes for the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
YouTube. గౌతమ్ అర్జెంట్ పాస్వర్డ్ గౌతమ్ హలో ఏంద్రా ఏ క్యాపిటల్ రెండు ఏలా ఒక ఏనా ఇంటర్నెట్ అవసరం లేదు. ఏమన్నా మళ్ళీ వేపిస్తాను.
On. Hello. I request all, if we can go quickly to the food court area, we can come back on time, please. Thank you. From exit from the main gate. Exit from the main gate on the left hand, you can see it is directed to the food court area. If you can exit from the front gate also, it is directing to the food court area. Thank you so much.
No issues, any problem, Madan? Wonderful. Excellent. Voice quality बहुत बढ़िया है. Clarity. Right.
ఆయన పోతుండా బ్రో, రాజేష్ పోతుండా? అవుతుంది కదా ఛార్జింగ్. She on the screen.
Hello. I request Dr. Thomas to start the program ahead. Thank you.
So good morning once again. I believe we are all, charged up for the rest of the afternoon, up to afternoon. So now that we've got an idea about Eclamp, Dr. Arvind sir will now be giving us how to go ahead with the procedure of the registration and the experience requirements that is there. That is for the Board of Examination of campuses.
Thank you. Good morning again. The web manager has to check whether everything is going online as per the scheduled program, and whether everyone is visible. They may give the feedback, put in on the chat box if it is available. I thank the organizers again to give this opportunity for me to explain you about the registration procedure, training and experience requirement of a board examination of Eclamp. So Dr. Ramchandra in the first half, he has explained about the background of the Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. And having the knowledge about the history of Eclamp, the next is how to take up the exam. So many of you may have a lot of queries about how to go about and register. So what are the requirements? A lot of information is available on the website. However, if you get the concise information and some of the doubts cleared, so that will really help everyone to get into the system. So the objective of the Eclamp are to have the scientific progress in the field of laboratory animal medicine. And the way is we are going will definitely improve the competency of the candidates, rather veterinarian in working in the laboratory animal medicine field, and they will have the proficiency in the field, which is of course by work we are well experienced, but to have a formal certification we must have the certification in hand to have to express the competency. And the other objective is to establish standards for the postgraduate training in laboratory animal medicine. And this can be done only with a structured program wherein you will have each of the RDD aspects which Dr. Shakti is going to present after this course, this lecture. So to have the first-hand experience in the laboratory animal medicine, and then the certification as a prerequisite for this course. The other objective is to establish a route for board certification. So what are the routes? So this I'm going to explain in my next few slides about the routes requirements. Next is to have the relevant training and experience for the exam. So there is a prerequisite to take up the exam. So what are the training and experience one should have in the field? So that is going to be discussed. That is one of the objectives. And examining and certifying the candidates. At the end of the training, how much we gain the knowledge, what is the practical experience, the theoretical, and how you are looking into the laboratory animal medicine per se will be judged based on the exam process or maybe the certificate courses. And what purpose this objective will serve is we will have formal education in laboratory animal medicine. We will have the research component. So laboratory animal medicine, generally the veterinarians, they are doing their routine job to maintain the animal, but they should be indulged into some research activities. We are going to soon, the chief editor will be announcing the LASA online journal, maybe by end of the day, this current version. So you will see there are small queries. Unless you indulge into research and present your finding, you will not have the feel of how to go for research. Of course, for our BVSC, may not be for BVSC, but for the veterinarians, masters, they do the research part. And that is the to get the flavor of how to go about for the research methodology, the statistics and writing result discussion part, and the references, citation and all. So this is one of the important component of the training program. Of course, the laboratory animal science we are into that part also we need to strengthen, and at the same time animal welfare and training program for the laboratory animal veterinarians. So that part is also to be strengthened by these objectives. At the same time, we are going to have, Eclamp will have the collaboration with international organizations from other countries. Like in the first lecture, Dr. Ramchandra mentioned, we have this under International Association of Colleges of Laboratory Animal Medicine. There are American Association of Laboratory Animal Medicine, European, Japanese, Korean, and now recently the Philippines is going to come. Of course, they are not yet certified, but we are going to have these 6 components under the International Colleges of Laboratory Animal Medicine. So for taking up the exam, generally we see what is the end product. So we are going to have the diplomat. So there are three categories of diplomats under Eclamp. One founding, next de facto, and regular diplomats. So we are going to focus on the diplomats. So what is the process and the training and experience requirement? So to enroll for the program, for the diplomat, Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine, this is the board certification specialty program for the laboratory animal medicine. So the requirement is, minimum requirement is BVSC, veterinarians. How many of you are veterinarian here? Just for this, majority. So those who are veterinarian sitting in this auditorium as well as listening online, you are the direct beneficiary of the this lecture series. However, those who are not veterinarian and sitting here, they may have the veterinarians in their organizations, and it is their responsibility, rather duty, to explain the importance and the content of the Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine, so that they can also be sensitized and they can get the advantage out of this. So please pass on the message to your veterinarians, and in turn, you will also improve the laboratory animal medicine program of your institute. So the minimum is BVSC. Of course, when you have MSc or PhD, those candidates will have, I will come into next few slides, how they are, they get the privileges of the enrollment. But all of them must be from VCI recognized college or university in India. So the prime requirement is VCI registered degree. So the reason for this is, like we, in the beginning, if we don't put this condition, what will happen? The other developed countries or maybe neighboring countries may, approach, and they may get the diplomat from here, and our own people may be deprived. So that was one of the this one idea. Moreover, when you have the diplomat, it must be reflected in your work. The country must be benefited, and that's how we are eyeing for it. Tomorrow, the authorities like Dr. O.P. Chaudhary may be here, and we will appraise him about the college also. So the regulatory authorities generally come up with the regulations wherein this is one of the requirements. If you see internationally, there are such requirements. So we will discuss that also. So having VCI registered degree and eligible to practice in India. if you are having the degree from India and you are going out abroad, and if you are not then renewing your registration, you are not eligible to practice in India. And ultimately, you are not eligible to register for the diplomate Eclamp. Another enrollment requirements are you must have the publications. 3 publications, out of that 2 must be first author. And this publication type, what kind of publications? We may be working in other areas, say hatcheries or cattle farm or dairy farm, but where the laboratory animal component is not there, that is one of the hitch wherein you are not eligible. The publication must be from the laboratory animal medicine, laboratory animal care management, breeding practices and related, and then that is the eligibility. And of course, NAS rated journal minimum requirement or above, like PubMed and other index. So this is to give the credibility to your publication. And one of the idea is, I mean, the pre-requirement was because we want to harmonize. At the same time, we must have the component of research. Publication is the end product of your research, wherever you are into. So to get the good quality research, I mean, in laboratory animal medicine, all of us, I mean, those veterinarians who are working as a laboratory animal veterinarians, they are aware that daily they are working in the animal facility, but you need to go beyond your this one scope and try to catch whatever signs or symptoms or whatever you see day-to-day practices. Like in the beginning, the organizer, the announcer had told, I reported the laboratory animal mouse papilloma for the first time. So that was one of the observation we cast in, and that was published in high impact journal in the Veterinary Pathology Journal, which is the official journal of American Association of Veterinary Pathology. So that's how you have to prove that even in laboratory animal medicine, you can have good quality research. Now, fortunately, we are coming up with the NARBR, wherein able leadership, Dr. Ramchandra is recruiting the staff, and I have suggested him like the Jackson Laboratory, those who are aware, they are the world leader in animal laboratory animal, especially mice strain supplier. What they do, they have the scientists, basic scientists working in the Jackson Laboratory, those who work on different aspects of the laboratory animal science. They register the PhD student under them and they carry out the research. So we wanted to have the Indian Jackson in the form of NARBR, so that you have the scientists, you have the students under the NARBR, and they get the PhDs. And at the same time, like if you see our journal, small queries, but they are to be published. So the publications can be benefited to others. So this is the idea. So we have these 2 different routes I was mentioning. One is our regular experience and then residency. So either training or our experience or the residency. So a veterinarian may enroll the program under either experience category or residency program. So these are the 2 different routes worldwide being adopted. Currently, we are adopting the experience route and the residency route, because as you say, I mean, as you understand, residency is being a resident. So you are working full time. So currently, because of we are new, we are very young in this field. So after establishment, after a few years, we will definitely go for the residency program. That is the compulsion. So in the first few batches, they will have the privileges of registering by experience route. So take advantage of that. And experience is like a person, veterinary doctor who is BVSC with 6 years of full-time service. So full-time service is at least say 60% of his duties are being allotted in the laboratory animal facility, wherein he is maintaining the animals and helping the researchers. So this is full-time resident, experience. Or MUSC with four years of full-time service. So if you have this degree, either MSc or PhD, you will have the privileges of registering within 4 years of your experience as a full-time laboratory animal veterinarian. And residency is, we have proposed 1 year of residential training. Now current form of residency in Eclamp is, if a supervisor is in this city and the candidate is also from this city, because the candidate and the supervisors are in close proximity throughout the year. So we call it a residency. And we are trying to sensitize the members to take up from the neighboring institute, the supervisor from the neighboring institute, so that we call it as a residential training. And currently we have our candidate registered as a residential training, although it is not mandatory. Our main route is experience route. So when we say experience, the veterinary must have exposure to clinical care, disease diagnosis, treatment and prevention, diagnostic pathology, surgical and post-operative care, animal resource management, and regulatory requirements. So one must be thorough in all these aspects. While we screen the applications, if a candidate has formal training courses undertaken, what are the formal training courses? Like many of you must be aware that recently, last 1 or 2 days back, LASA course is announced. So this year there are 2 LASA courses. One is for non-veterinarian, one is for the veterinarian. Earlier also there was this kind of this one. In between, LASA has stopped and they were giving just based on the species. But now the organizers at Tanuas, they have bifurcated, and in June, maybe 3rd week, I think they have the for non-vets, and another is for the veterinarian in July. So that is a formal course. Or one that at NIN Hyderabad, which is supervisory course for laboratory animal veterinarian. Or if there are courses from established institute like CFTRI or CDRI, ACTRE. So those who are into training and education and they are giving some certification, those will also get the preference while we screen the applications. So for any of the, like we do MUSCN, we have the guide, major guide, minor guide. Similar way, we are also having the similar situation here. So any diplomat can be your major supervisor, who will be responsible to raise your application, to endorse your competency, and he will be responsible for even throughout the course, training, for submitting the progress or exposing the candidate to various species, diseases, and whatever activities you are doing. So the major supervisor's responsibility is very crucial here. The candidate must also have minor supervisor. So the reason here is, in case the major supervisor is away for some time, and sometimes it happens the major supervisor may not be into say large animal, and if the minor supervisor is from large animal facility, the candidate will have exposure to all the species. And alternatively, the minor supervisor is always as a major supervisor in case the major supervisor is unavailable for some reason. Sometimes it happens for medical reason, or going out of country, or if it is not available physically. So it is the duty of the minor supervisor to take care of the candidate. So our current training module, when we say we must have 1 year of training, so it is misleading. if you read the bylaws and other documents on the website. Misleading in the sense, in 1 year, you must be always in contact with the supervisor, but you must undergo 200 hours of didactic training. So what are the didactic module, Shakti is going to explain, but this is the prime requirement for the examination. At the end, once you enroll, you need to undergo the training for 200 hours at least. And you are expected to have this species-wise contact in the sense experience, undergoing through the training. Although it is not specifically mentioned, but it is expected that there are primary species, secondary and tertiary. So Shakti will explain that, but majority of the marks, 60 to 70% would be from primary species. So you are expected to at least expose yourself major on primary species, so that you cover most of the part, at least for your qualifying the exam. And beside the primary species, in secondary species, if you do not have the exposure, what we have these regional centers. Like there are few centers already, there is MOU in place. And what we do, based on the supervisor's recommendation, of course, the candidates, they consult the supervisor, and supervisor write to us that my candidate need to be exposed to the other center for such and such species. So we write to the regional center and ask the permission to expose this candidate for a week period. So in a week, there are 40 hours. So 40 hours will be in one facility, and you can expose yourself and get the 40 hours of exposure in other facility. So while you are under training, what you are expected to learn is these modules: biology of laboratory animals, resource management, design and operations, clinical laboratory medicine, surgery, post-operative care, lab animal pathology, prevention and health monitoring, research support and animal experimentation. Of course, 3 are included in that, and regulatory requirements, laws of the land, and the animal welfare. These are the minimum requirement you must undergo. Then only you will be thorough and eligible to take up the exam, in the sense to pass the board certification. So where to get the study material? You are registered under the supervisor and you are now into training. So you need to explore the study material. So what LASA did is obtain the global membership from ELAS. And those who have requested the details to log in under this ELAS Learning Library, there are username and password provided to them, and there is mines of information available. I mean, you dig out the information and you will get a lot of information. They have the courses like LATG and all these, and a lot of material is available. If one go through that one, definitely it is very helpful for them to take up the exam. And the study material from the major supervisor, because the major supervisor, those currently who are there, they have spent a lot of their life in the laboratory animal medicine, and they have a lot of information. Besides that, minor supervisors, and there are other diplomates who under whom there may not be any candidate registered currently. They are potential source of material. We also plan the webinars, and through webinar we give selected topics which are of board certification importance. So the candidate can attend those also. Your own colleagues in the different organizations, because it is a diverse population. Veterinary medicine in laboratory animal medicine in different organizations, they do different kind of work. So if you interact with them, you get a lot of ideas. And by interaction, like I have to read a lot of things and then give this presentation. Likewise, if your colleague may have worked for a long time, he has the lot of experience behind him, so he will share crucial points which will be very important for you to wade through. Database. Because we are currently new, there is no database of the questions as well as the material, but we are working towards that to generate the database so that you can access our own database wherein the study material will be there. And of course, your own workplace. If you keep your eyes and open always and try to get the information, as much information, and try to harmonize the information with the international community, how to explain, how to diagnose. There are various ways. Everyone may not have the laboratories to diagnose and all this, but we can always take the help from your colleagues or the other departments from the organization. So your workplace should be your own source of material, because you are working for majority of the time in the workplace. So while we scrutinize the applications, we also see some of the points like earning credit points for selection. So we see how many first author publications we have, whether they are non-rated journal. While selecting, we also have kept in mind that LASA journal publication will also have some points. Like first author will have two points. There are non-rated journal 2 points, and maximum you get 4 points, because you have to earn some 20 points at least for getting these preferences. If you are a co-author, corresponding author, you get 1 point. Experience in laboratory animal science, if you have great experience like 6 to 10 years, that will also fetch you a point. If you have postgraduate degree like MSc, PhD or above that, you will also fetch 1 point for here. If you are presenting oral or poster in any of the conferences, or you are attending workshops and conferences, that also will have this point. So each point will have some credit point. Those will be counted while scrutinizing the applications. Now, once you are undergoing the training, you will be evaluated. So how, what is the purpose is how effective your training is going on under your supervisor. So the college receives the, the students, those who are registered under Eclamp, they will be asked to present their work every month, 1 or 2 cases, what they see or what they are attended or publications. So they will explain, and they will also submit the progress report to the registrar of the college. And this is how we assess the candidates, how the training is going on. So once registered, it is not like that at the end you will be assessed for the board certification, but every month we evaluate the candidate, so that in case there is some attention is required from the college side, we are there always to help the candidates. So the progress report is always based on some clinical cases we have observed in our organization or anywhere where we are going. If there are some manuscripts or publications, case presentation, if we have attended workshop, conferences, what is the, to exchange the ideas. So the other candidates can also be benefited from this. So there is an exchange of ideas. So if someone has 10 rupees, he exchanges it to 5 people, it becomes 50. Likewise, if we exchange the ideas, so everyone is benefited and it is multiplied. So one person getting 1 point, experience from 1 case, if 5 people present their 5 cases, it is as good as we are done with the 5 cases. So internationally, all veterinarians are eligible for their own, like American College of Laboratory Animal Medicine, European College, Japanese College, Korean College. So everywhere, the College of Laboratory Animal Medicine is for the veterinarians, basically. So in other countries, it is a DVM, which is the basic degree. Of course, we have the different structure. After 12th, we do the BVSC is the basic degree here, and then we go do the MSc, like within medical human medicine, that is MBBS and MD. But they have DVM, or MD parallel. So most of the countries, it is like after DVM they do, and no post graduation. Of course, their DVM is after BSc, BS only. So worldwide, it is a veterinarian's course, and all other countries, they have the residency program currently. That may be 2 to 3 years. So what is residency? Like the veterinarians, they do internship. So it is a full-time, training. Likewise, you register under one of the supervisor in there, in the established center, and throughout the 2 years or 3 years, you are exposed to laboratory animal medicine only. Of course, based on the organization, you will have the stipend or the pay because they have those program there. They have the funds. Currently, that is not the situation in India, but definitely in the years to come, we may have this situation wherein the candidates will be registering under the supervisors, and the supervisor's responsibility is to raise the funds and to feed the candidate so that the candidate can undergo the training. At the same time, he can also earn something. But at present, we don't have this residency program here. They also have the mock exam to assess the candidate. In between, they assess the candidate like we do by progress report, but internationally, they have these mock exams. Currently, if we go for a mock exam, we don't have that much database of question papers. So it is likely that the same questions may appear in the final board exam, and but we are working on it. We will have the database of the questions, whole database, and from that, the examination committee will select the questions for the board certification. But elsewhere, other countries, other 4 colleges established, they have these mock exams to prepare the candidate for the exam. So the examination pattern, like in India, currently there is Indian Association of Veterinary Pathologists who has the Indian College of Veterinary Pathology, and they have the diplomate course. I have undergone that course in 2010, and I passed the diplomate exam. I know the pattern, how they it is a similar pattern, 1 year training under the major supervisor, and at the end you have the exam. So in case of pathology, of course, there is a it is histology, gross sections, gross this one, and disease identification and all this. The pattern here is that way different. So what I mean to say is you have the mock exam to train you how the exam would be, and there would be some subjective also, and on-spot recognition based on some symptoms. You have to identify the disease or regulatory, what are the requirements. So all other things would be there, including pain and distress. So the purpose of mock exam is to sensitize the candidates and make them aware of the pattern, so that in the board exam, they will at least pass the minimum requirement, because the candidate would be eligible to appear at the end, and if not, then next year. So 1 year gap would be there. So to avoid that, they try to provide the mock exam, and that's how they prepare their candidates. With this, I end my talk here, and I would be happy to answer questions if any. Thank you. Any question from the audience, online, offline? We can also have at the end of the session the interactive session, and those who have the questions may write down, and we will be happy to answer all the queries. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Arvind sir, for the presentation with regard to how we can enroll for the program. It was a very exhaustive presentation with all the details regarding the how we can enroll into it. Now, let's see what is it that we'll be learning. What would be the curriculum that we will be following. So for that, we have Dr. Shakti Devan, Secretary, Indian College of Laboratory Animal Science Medicines, who will be giving us the detail with regard to the role of delineation document as a curriculum of a board of examination of Eclamp. I invite Dr. Shakti onto the stage.
Make the full screen here. Thank you. Once again, good morning to everyone. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving this wonderful opportunity to talk about my talk here. So the talk is all about the role delineation document as a curriculum for the board examination of Eclamp. So this is very important as the topic itself self-explanatory, like it's a syllabus for the board examination. So in this presentation, I'll be covering about the training, education, board examination, and certification. These all are the 4 components. I think the previous speaker, Dr. Ramchandra, Dr. Ingle, they have covered some of them. These all are the 4 major components under which we have structured this program into 6 different domains. So the domain 1 is the management of spontaneous and experimentally induced diseases and conditions. Domain 2 is the management of pain and distress. Domain 3 is the research. Domain 4 is the animal care. Domain 5 is the regulatory responsibilities. And domain 6 is the education. It's very important. So under which there are more than 20 species we have covered. We have categorized into 3 different areas like primary, secondary, and tertiary. So that we will be talking about in the future slide. At the end, we'll see the harmonization of RDD among member colleges. As all of you know that, I think Dr. Ingle, Dr. Ramchandra, they have already mentioned clearly. Currently, there are 5 member colleges: American College of Lab and Animal Medicine, European College of Lab and Animal Medicine, of course, Indian College of Lab and Animal Medicine, we are right now, and Korean College of Lab and Animal Medicine, and the Japanese College of Lab and Animal Medicine. These are all the 5 colleges. And recently now, Philippine College also joined as an associate member. Under domain 1, if you see that during undergrads or masters or PhD, the candidate, I think the graduate, they expected to have the knowledge of diagnostic procedure, mainly how to conduct the physical examination and the clinical pathology in terms of hematology, biochemistry, and urinalysis, and skin scraping, what all the other diagnostic aspects. And mainly for diagnostic procedure like any X-ray, imaging, or ultrasound, and some more techniques also available. And surgical techniques and immunotherapy for the antibody response production or cellular immunity, and species-specific immune responses, and other knowledges like nutrition. What happens if the minerals goes up or down? Then what kind of toxins are expected from the species? So these all are during the undergrad or the postgrads. But for during the Eclamp training or certification, what all the tasks are needed? There are 4 components. prevent spontaneous or unintended diseases or conditions. Second is the control and diagnosis and treating the diseases. These are the four major components under which there are many knowledges are expected from the candidate, mainly the anatomy with the special emphasis on the species. So suppose there are hardarian gland is there, so what is the significance in that, and circumflexion gerbils, how it helps for the stroke model development, and the coronary artery, what's the relevance for the infarct development. These are the species specific things we can see that. And second knowledge is the physiology, mainly about the normative data and species specific immune responses. These are the part of the physiology. And parasitology, mainly like helminthology, entomology, or even protozoa. It's a vast area. Again, the microbiology, again, this is a vast area, but we need to see what all the organisms are relevant to the species for the clinical significance, and the genetic diseases, and even the person who should know the sampling and plating techniques, everything. Thereafter, pathology, mainly anatomic pathology. I think spontaneous disease, how it develops, and what are the lesions, not only for spontaneous, even experimentally induced disease as well, like diet induced obesity, or chemical septicemia, haloxin induced diabetes. There are many chemical induced, even fibrosis or blemishes people used to use. So these are the chemical induced diseases, but one should know about how the diseases are induced and how to read the pathology. And pharmacology, mainly emphasis on the drugs to use the diseases, and even for how it helps mimicking the human diseases. These are the important factor. And epidemiology and preventive medicine, mainly immunization for large animals, or quarantine, isolation, or you can call it even for the pre-screening tests as well. And diagnostic procedures, mainly there are many techniques available, but commonly employed serologic, cytologic, even molecular diagnostics like PCR, ELISA, MFIA, and of course IFA is the other method also used for the verification. And genetics, these all are the knowledge is expected under the domain 1. So the domain 2, management of pain and distress. This is a major topic. During undergrads, masters, and PhD, I think the person has the knowledge of anatomy and physiology, and patient monitoring, and critical and post-procedural care techniques, and the method of euthanasia. These are the knowledge one should have. And during the Eclamp training program or during the certification, there are 4 components expected. Recognize the pain and distress, that's important, and minimize and eliminate the pain and distress, and administration of anesthesia, either injectable or inhalational or whatsoever the mode, and recommended euthanasia procedures. It varies from species to species and depending upon the experiments. So here, if you come to the knowledge, so assessment of pain and distress, how to alleviate the pain suffering from the animals, or from the experimentation, doing the experiment, that's important. Causes of pain, distress, and effects of pain on the under distress from the physiology, and in terms of pharmacology also, how it alleviates the pain. Again, the non-pharmacological interventions of pain and distress and the effects on the physiology. And human endpoint, this is very, very important. So during the experiment, whether the animal may be in the quarantine or the holding or during the experiment, the veterinarian wants he should know, he or she should know about the at what time, based on the conditions, they have to take a call in a timely manner with appropriate method. Domain 3 is the research. So during undergrads, masters, and PhD, I think the knowledge expected, I think it's like a principles of experimental designs, mainly statistics and research methodology. And there are some biomethodology techniques like a blood collection, dose administration and various routes, and sterilization techniques, and even handling as well as the restraining. There are many procedures involved. And animal models, mainly, what are the background lesions that can confound the research. So those things are also covered as part of the animal models. And the characterization of animal models, like phenotyping and behavioral assessment, these all are part of the knowledge, including genetic and nomenclature. So during the Eclamp program, so the candidates should facilitate research support with the investigators or the collaborators, and advise or consult with the investigators for the research. And they have to develop the design and develop research for successful execution. These all are the important component. Under the knowledge, the research methods and equipment. Now there are many examples we can quote here. Tumor induction, telemetry, or the behavioral assessment, or chemical induced. There are many disease conditions also happens. Even various therapeutic areas. All those things they should undergo. They should understand. Notobiotics and experimental surgical techniques and instrumentation and information resources. These all are the knowledges expected under the research. Again, scientific writing, this is very important. I think Dr. Ingley also rightly said, whatever the findings comes out, I think we should be able to publish in the sense like either popular article or whatever the peer-reviewed journals. And 3R techniques, I think everybody is well versed about the 3Rs: replacement, reduction, and refinement. And effective method of communicating the research-related concerns. This is one of the forum. People can connect and collaborate, they can exchange ideas. And aseptic requirements for performing the surgery, that's very important for the successful outcome of the study, even I can say like a surgery. And genomics, metabolomics, and proteomics, these all are the part of the component. So after the certification, what is expected? They should collaborate with the other researchers, scientists. Mainly, if it is a government organization, they should know how to write the grant application or the scientific reporting from the industry. So they should be able to independently do the grant application, review our report, all those things they can able to access. The domain for mainly animal care. Here during undergrads, masters, PhD, the expected knowledge is like species specific husbandry. It varies from smaller animal to large animal. Method of sterilization, animal identification system. There are various methods available. Pest control management, environmental monitoring, and watering and feeding. This is the knowledge expected during the Eclamp training and certification. So the person, he or she, should develop the husbandry program. It's a broader program. It's not like if they are doing with the under the supervision. They should know how to solve the problems. That's one of the major aspect. It's kind of managerial role, even way beyond that. And manage or provide the indirect management or oversight of animal husbandry, or they can oversight the laboratory animal facilities. These all are the integral component. So under the knowledge, the breeding colony management, some of them they may have breeding facilities or may not have, but they should know the systems of breeding, record keeping, even genetic monitoring as and when needed. And environmental causes, how it affects the experiments like sound, light, temperature, humidity. There are a lot of factors. If it goes out of the set points, what can happen, how it can confound the research. Those things also they have to be very careful on that. They should be knowing about this as well. Of course, the environmental enrichment, species specific, that's important. Part of the program, I think they can also develop like structural enrichment or behavioral enrichment based on the experimental need, whether it is a holding or experimental animal. That this all going to help the well-being of the animals. That is important. But they should know what are the experimental outcomes, interference with the research. That also they should know about that while implementing the environmental enrichments. And quality assurance techniques, mainly, the commonly people use for the effectiveness test, like chemical indicator tapes or biological indicator tapes. These are even analysis of feed, bedding, water, all those components. And animal procurement, it starts from the vendor evaluation, assessment, health monitoring, and genetic monitoring, even until up to the transportation, including the quarantine. And pathogen-free barriers. How to maintain the barriers and what are the components involved in it, those knowledge they should have, and containment facilities as well. So after the certification, the person, he or she, should know how to design the facility, run the facilities also as well. There are knowledge expected here is like a selection criteria of the material and the equipment, and other important aspect is the fiscal management, including per diem cost. How efficiently they can run the facility with less cost. And human resources management, your program may be smaller or larger, but with available resources, how best effectively you can execute the experiment, that's very important. And disaster planning, this is very, very important, because what can happen once there are natural calamity happens, what is the backup plan, business continuity plan, those things and all, they have to be forethought on that. And the facility planning, mainly design and construction of the facilities, the existing facilities or the, whatever the upcoming, so they should give the thought process on that. Other knowledge expected is like a mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Sometimes we may be busy with the animal facility, but these are also equally important. Why? Because mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, these are the activities keeping the facility running 24/7 all the time. And waste management, that's one of the aspect, like, they have to follow the local as well as the national regulations. And housing systems, it's based on the housing density and other components. The domain 5 is the regulatory responsibilities. During undergrads, they should know about the laws, regulations, policies, and standards. Animal welfare organizations, like, what is their role and other aspects. And the prevention of cruelty to animals, PC Act 1960, and the role and function of CPCC. I think one more talk also will be there on day 3. So CPCC personal experts, they will be coming and talking on that. And role of veterinarian in animal welfare and the code of conduct and ethics. This is important. That's for the minimal knowledge. During the Eclamp training program, there are 4 or 5 tasks are listed here, but they should perform or delegate the attending veterinarian roles. In a facility, you may have attending veterinarian, facility veterinarian, or quarantine veterinarian, or you can call it as a technical officer, whomsoever. But the important thing is, like, they should be exposed with the species as much as possible. Whatever the species you have, the contact with the species is very, very important. And advocate for human care and use of animals, that's important. And provide occupational health and safety program, depending upon your nature of work. So the knowledge expected here is, like, the rules and regulation of CPCSA, roles and function of IAAC. I think most of you involved with IAAC. Protocol review, that's mainly Form B and other protocols as well. Harm benefit analysis is one of the component, like, how least harm giving to the animal to get more benefit out of it. That's important. And role and function of IBAC committee, and role and function of ALAC International. That's mainly for some of the private organizations. Good laboratory practice and international laws, regulations, policies, all put together, coming under the regulatory responsibilities. Again, 2 more tasks here. It's also there in the Form B, like, there are special categories, like, biological, chemical, ventilation, safety, all those things covered here. So the person should serve as a IAC member. For India, call it as a ICAC, but IAC member here. They also review the protocols. These are the minimum expected tasks during the certification program. On knowledge, there are many guidelines available. Guide for the care and use of lab animals, like NRC 2011 guide. That's a latest edition. And similarly, American Veterinary Medical Association, there are guidelines available for the euthanasia for small animals as well as the large animals. There are many methods are described there. And similarly, BMBL, International Air Transport Association, these are the important part of this domain 5. And similarly, OSC, occupational safety, also important. So after the certification, what is expected? I think the person, he or she, should know the international regulations, what's happening in other continent, like, USDA regulations, EU directives, or CCAC. All those things they should be familiar post certification. Domain 6 is education. This is very important because learning is the continuous process. So during undergrads, I think they know the philosophy, ethics, and they know animal use and history and value of animal research, all those stuff. During the Eclamp training certification, they should train the personnel for animal care and use. That's important under their direct supervision. Maintain the current knowledge and continued competence. That's also important. So here the minimal knowledge expected is like educational resources. That's where one of the aspect also from LASA, we provide the ELS library, online library. Most of them, they have the access. In that, there are more than, I think, 180 different modules are there. Not only that, but there are other resources. I think Dr. Ingley also described here more than 6 or 7 categories, like a major supervisor, minor supervisor, website, webinars, and there are many things are available in the public domain or the reference books or the textbooks. So certification program, this is also equally important because as the previous speaker also mentioned, like, there are certificate programs available in this country from already established certificate programs like, CFTRA they conduct, ACTREC, CDRI, N-class, even Canvas, they conduct a regular CCLS course program. That is one of the important program one should can attend. So that is, I can say, like, that is kind of a intensive program. Those things and all, like, directly it will benefit for the person, those who are taking the board examination. So there are some of the societal issues, like, what all the organizations are supporting the animal research. Mainly there are many organizations, but I listed some of them here: LASA, AFLAS, CELAS, PHLASA, Eclamp, ILIR, ICLAS, even Eclamp. So there are some of the organizations, they oppose the animal research, mainly PETA, HSUS, AVNet, Alive. There are many things that you can find out from the net. So after the certification, what is expected? Provide education, mainly either in the academic or from the residency program. They have to support that. Then they can also do the mentorship program for once they obtain the certification, I can say diplomate status. There are 2 components. One is a major supervisor, another one is a minor supervisor. Based on their species exposure, they can also guide the students. So such a way that the program also will run, but we will get the diverse, expertise. Such a way that the program also will sustain. That's very important. We have to put large number of people into the system also. That's one of the motto here, to disseminate the knowledge from the other people. And provide community outreach. That's where we are here, like, this is one of the forum. It's a greater forum, like, we can connect and collaborate with the people. We will exchange the scientific ideas. With that, there are many species involved, more than 23 species here. I have listed primary species here. You can see, like, based on the Indian context, most of the facilities, I think you may very well, like, more than 1,800 establishments are there in India. Most of the facilities, they deal with mouse, rat, rabbit, and guinea pig. These are the most primary species we kept it. For the examination, at least up to 70% of the question papers, I think the syllabus will come from these primary species. And the secondary species, there are many: dogs, zebrafish, macaque, Syrian hamster, goat, sheep, and cat. Up to 30% of the questions comes from the secondary species. And tertiary, of course, up to 10%. There are 12 species kept here, but put together, it's a lot of work. I think syllabus is so vast. So with that, we wanted to see what happens in the global space. So this is one of the paper published in the Journal of American Association for Lab Animal Science, January this year. So what happened when we started this college way back, I think a couple of years ago, 2020, April, we were assessing where we are. We wanted to see what other colleges, how they are doing their program, and we wanted to develop how we wanted to establish this Eclamp. For that reason, we checked all the role delineation document. In that, we made almost 25, 30 parameters. We sent it to the Eclamp, it's international board. There, they felt that there is a need for the harmonization, because once we started, then they also told one of the task force. I was part of the task force committee. Every quarterly I started the meeting. They said that, like, there is a ample amount of space needed for the harmonization. So why don't we check with all the other member colleges? Then they started this kind of harmonization process. There are member colleges like from Eclamp, European, Korean, and Japan participated in this paper. It's mainly like, mainly we have assessed the domains and module with the task as well as the knowledge. Even if you see the left side, the RDD domains for American, Indian, Japan, and Korea, all 4 aligning the same line. The middle, if you see that the Eclamp, European colleges. There are many countries, more than 70 countries in this, and the learning, they call it as a Eclamp learning module. So what is the differences between the domain and the module? That also we have described on the right side. So almost, if you see the component, even though there are some subtle differences, but the skills and the knowledge is required are almost similar. Similarly, for the management of pain and distress, there are, I think, some of them like changes, like reuse or rehoming, something different in other Western countries, but here also followed in India. But there are some of the components kept in that. When it comes to the research, similarly, it's all this also almost it's matching. Animal care. There are culture of care component added. It's not there with the Indian college, but it's there with the other colleges. On regulatory responsibilities, mainly the European, I think they specific about the European legislation that is included. But for the European as well as the rest of the colleges, American, Indian, Korean, Japan, so all are included about the GLP, ALAC, OSC, IIT, and the sites. Everything is there. Of course, the education, it's pretty much all matching. So after the assessment, what we did was like there's a common platform we wanted to agree upon. It's kind of it's not kind of normalization, but there are some of the aspects we have agreed from member colleges. If we see the first domain, it's almost pretty much similar. Even the skills as well as the knowledge is acquired during the certification program. Anatomy, physiology, microbiology, even you can see the parasitology, anatomic pathology, pharmacology, and epidemiology, all similar. Preventive medicine, genetics. So whatever we spoke in the beginning slides, like for the Eclamp, it all matching. Those things all matching. Similarly, for the domain 2, management of pain and distress, anatomy, patient monitoring, critical and post-procedural care and techniques, even pain and distress, everything, it's matching, especially knowledge, causes of pain, distress. So if we come further, I think research, similarly for the biomethodology, it's almost similar for across all the colleges. And research and methods and equipment also similar, but there are some subtle differences, but mostly it's matching. Genetic and nomenclature, characterization of animal, notobiotic, and there are surgical techniques, information resources, scientific writing. All the components are available in all the colleges. We go to the animal care next domain. This also agreed upon all the 5 member colleges. Further, pest control management and containment facilities, watering, feeding, environmental monitoring, everything is all well aligned. The 5th domain is the regulatory responsibilities. So almost pretty much similar, aligned with all the member colleges. Of course, they have to follow their own regulation along with international regulation. And similarly for the education, mainly for the continuous activity like resources which is available, certificate programs, whatever the certification programs available. If you see the Japan and Korea, they have different method of training people, like a veterinarian technique. They keep intensive, like what we do philosophy for a week. They do the vet hand technique method, like every week for a week period they conduct the training, practical training. At the end, the summary, all the 5 member colleges agreed for the minimum knowledge as well as the skills required for newly boarded diplomate. There are some of the strategic plans in future. I think the residency program currently we have the 1-year program, but all the other colleges, like when if you go to Europe, it's 2 to 3 years, and even US, even Japan and Korea 2 years. But since it's a college we started, we kept 1 year, but eventually now it's harmonized, but it's not standardized. So slowly we have to increase our bar. Eventually we will be doing the residency in future, like other member colleges. Recently, anyway, Eclamp is a 60 years organization. Eclamp and Eclamp, they started in 1998, almost similar time, 25 years, 20 years plus experience in this line. Even Korea, they started 2012, but we are the new organization, but we need to improve the standards. So these are the 5 member colleges affiliations. I think Eclamp is affiliated with the American Veterinary Medical Association, and Eclamp, European Board of Veterinary Specialists. Of course, Eclamp is with the LASA. Eclamp is a Korean Medical Veterinary Association, and Eclamp is affiliated with the Japanese Society of Veterinary Science. It's all about that. Thank you for your attention. So if you have any specific queries, you can ask, otherwise during the lunch break also you can discuss in detail. Okay, if there are no questions, I think if there are any online questions also, you can answer one by one then. Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. I'll disconnect again.
Thank you, Dr. Shakti. Really, I think many of the topics are very closely related with any laboratory animal veterinarian right now in this hall. So, many of the topics really took back me to the colleges too. So we understand what we'll be going through and what we'll be gaining knowledge into. It's always good to also know what is the benefit of what we are going to do. So to understand about the potential of acquiring a board certification, the present status and the future plan, I invite Dr. Kalidas Kole, Treasurer, Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine.
Presentation mode. So, good afternoon, everyone. I thank you, organizing committee, for inviting me to deliver talk on this particular topic. The earlier parts of the Eclamp program, like introduction, registration process, training, and training and roll of values and documents have been covered by my colleagues and earlier speakers, Eclamp LASA office bearers. So we are living in the era of specialty and super specialty knowledge and skills in every walks of life. So a board certification examination determine a qualification of a person and certify him. And certify him to perform a specialized duties in the respective areas. Thus, the board certification examination offer fine-tuning of your knowledge and skills so that you can perform highly specialized duties in the important area. So College of Laboratory Animal Medicine determined the qualification in a laboratory animal science and medicine, a recognized specialty program in the within the domain of veterinary medical profession. So these are the beautiful creatures of nature, and we should be grateful to these animal species for their immense contribution in the area of fundamental research, biomedical research, or training and testing. So these animals have been actually used in the in these areas, or I think last several decades. Mouse, now it's been 100 years mouse been in use, and several discoveries could have possible because of these animal species in the these various sectors. So as per the affiliated market research, it's a global market research agency. The global animal model market was valued at American dollar 1,469 in 2020 and is projected to reach American dollar 2,677 million by 2030, registering a compounded annual growth rate of 6.1% from 2021 to 2030. So here the market product is animal models and their application animal models like mice, rats, guinea pigs, rabbits, and primates and other species. And their applications is in drug discovery, development, basic research, and others like production of the biologicals and then vaccines. And the end users are pharma and biotech companies, academic research institution, and others. So what are the major factors that are expected to drive the growth of the market? The first one is the personalized medicine. There is a high demand in the personalized medicine. Then second is the increased awareness among the I'm sorry, I have stage fear. I'm frankly to speak. So the second factor is there is an increased awareness among the researchers about the similarities between physical similarities between the human and animals. Then third one is that there is a surge in the use of genetics in the biomedical research, and fourth is that there is a large number of increase in the animal models for the preclinical development. Fifth one is there is a increase in the support from the government sector for the innovation and development of various standard protocols allied with the animal models. And then the recent discovery of the CRISPR technology in biomedical research, and there is a large number of animal requirements for the production and quality control of therapeutics. And then last one is there is high number of animal requirements in the biomedical research, cancer research, physiology, toxicology, neurological research, and transplantation. So we all have suffered a lot with the recent COVID-19 pandemic. So it was a unprecedented global public health challenge, and also it impact the animal model market for the R&D of vaccines and antiviral drugs. As per WHO, there are 20 vaccines are being developed globally for COVID. And for this, large number of animals are being used for actually verifying the safety and efficacy of the new entity before it is going actually for the human trial. And there are some mice models which have been specifically developed for this program or for this COVID-19 infections like transgenic and knockout mice. So thus the COVID-19 infection uplifted the growth and opportunities for the key players for the animal model markets during this period. So coming to the Indian scenario of animal-based research. So at present there are 1,792 registered animal facilities with the CPCSA, where almost all species of the animals are being used. And out of this, more than 24 animal facilities are accredited with the LASACON. So like educational institutes, like life sciences colleges, pharmacy, veterinary, and medical colleges. So where the animals are being used for the educational purpose. Then second is the several national laboratories under the ICMR, ICR, CSR, DBT, DST, DAEN, DRDO, where animals are being used for basic research and to some extent for the applied research. Then there are the institutes for the higher education like ISC, ICERS, TIFR, IITs, and AIMS. So where animals are being used for the basic research as well as for the applied research. Then there are the big leaders in pharma like Sun Pharma, Lupin, Reddy's Lab, and many more, where animals are being used for your pharmacological drug discovery and assessing the toxicity of the drugs, as well as for the regulatory purpose. Then the fourth is the contract research organization like Reliance Life Sciences, Biocon, Syngene, and there are many more. So they are used. The animals are being used here for the regulatory, mostly for the regulatory purposes. And then there are the big guys in the vaccine and biological products like Serum Institute of India, Bharat Biotech, Indian Immunologicals, and Bharat Serum, and many more, where the animals are being especially used for actually verifying the safety and assessing the toxicity of the new entity. So then this is all about the tremendous use of animals in many areas. But when it comes to the training to the laboratory animal veterinarian, we are still lacking if you compare with the other countries. So the professional veterinary curriculum uniquely include education in the system biology and pathobiology, clinical and comparative medicine of wide range of the small and large animals, then surgery, epidemiology, and public health. But as such, there is no specialization course in the laboratory animal science and medicine, except I think at TANUVAS. TANUVAS offers MBSc for the laboratory animal science. But in other places, in other universities, there are only 2 credit courses under the livestock production and management. Only two credit course for the lab animal science. And the pathetic condition is there is no infrastructure to train the laboratory animal veterinarians in the laboratory animal science and medicine and welfare. So majority of the veterinarians, those who are working in the field, especially in private or government sector, they have acquired this knowledge while actually working in the facilities and then attending some workshop or undergoing some training. So at present, as Dr. Ingle and other speaker told, there are 3 months supervisor training course at NIN. It's, I think, since 90s, this course is being conducted. And then some short-term courses are being actually conducted at ACTREC, CDRI, and CFTRI. And then recently, LASA along with CPCACA and TANUVAS, they have initiated this certificate course in laboratory animal science. So, which is, I think, is the only college, only training course outside of the Europe, which is accredited by the LASA. So then, who are the laboratory animal veterinarians? So laboratory animal veterinarians are the veterinary professionals who, by virtue of their interest, experience, and training, are specialized in the care of the laboratory animal, care in the laboratory animals. While the basic veterinary education imparts the specialized skills and information, but considering the diversity and complexity of the laboratory environment, where these species have been maintained, you need additional or focus, experience, and training. So while practicing the field of laboratory animal medicine, you may actually demonstrate your competency by certifying yourself by the group of established specialists, that is College of Laboratory Animal Medicine, which have the set forth skills and then the knowledge which a particular diplomat should possess. Then, so veterinarians in research, testing, and training. So veterinarians working in the academia, industry, or government have proved as leaders or key team members involved in a broad array of research, including basic science research, biomedical research with applications to animal and human health, laboratory animal medicine, public health, medical product development. So with their background and training in multiple species, veterinarians have unique skill sets that enable them to serve as important members of the interdisciplinary research team. So those who are working in the research field, we know that the impact of animal-based research data is directly on the human and animal health. So the research data must, Therefore, the research data must be reproducible, reliable, and viable over a period and place. So the animal models with well-defined health and genetic status is at the center for obtaining the quality research data. Now here the role of attending veterinarian is important because he has to breed and maintain the quality animals. He also actually assure that the research animals does not suffer due to excess pain and distress during the period of experiments. And he also ensure that the human care and welfare of the research animals are being met. So the laboratory animal science training progress is important in biomedical research because it can promote the 3 Rs, improve the welfare of laboratory animals, as well as the quality of science and ethical, scientific, and economical advantages. So anticipating this tremendous growth in this animal-based research sectors, and then the necessity for the competency and skills, and also the harmonization of the practices and standards of training on different species of the laboratory animals. LASA has been actually working on this area for last several years. And then as earlier speakers actually explained how this college was formed. So a team, the present EC committee, they have initiated the efforts, and then we got registered this college with in Tamil Nadu, and also we got recognition from the International Association. So as earlier speakers told, this is an International Association of College of Laboratory Animal Medicine, who actually harmonize the program along with the other college of laboratory and medicine, and their main role is to promote the role of veterinary specialty in the veterinary in the lab animal veterinarians. So these are the colleges: American College of Lab Animal Medicine, then European College, and Indian College, Japanese College, and then the Korean College. So the last slide is the future perspective. So with the present situation in India, there is no mandatory requirement for possessing the specialty certificate diploma in laboratory animal science and welfare while working as a laboratory animal veterinarian. However, anticipating the tremendous growth in the areas of biomedical research, therapeutic products, healthcare requirement, and new emerging epidemics, research community may need more purpose-bred animals and animals with the well-defined health and genetic status. So in future, the regulatory authorities controlling the animal experiments may demand research laboratories institutes to recruit the laboratory animal veterinarians with the specialty program in laboratory animal medicine for the better human care and welfare of animals on line with the international standards. So India, being one of the major suppliers of vaccine therapeutic products to many countries, and a signatory of the OECD agency, as well as many accredited animal facilities in India, regulatory authorities from Western and European countries may demand the specialty certification from the Indian veterinarians involved in the animal-based research, testing, and training. So this is all about my talk. Thank you so much for patient listening. And if there are any questions, I can take few questions.
Can you project the last slide, please? Well, I'm a medical pharmacologist. One suggestion I can give you is, now every say animal houses in the medical colleges or pharmacy colleges, they have to have veterinarians. Now, why don't you write to MCI or PCI and tell them that they have to appoint somebody who has got a certificate from Eclamp, or I don't know whether you give a degree. I don't know much about this Eclamp course and all these things. Whether you give a degree or diploma. But
yeah,
you can know maybe this conference, or maybe people like you that they can write to this thing and then say that they have to have this. Otherwise, no, currently they say that no, you have to have veterinarian, that's all. Whether they have any experience in the laboratory animals or not, that doesn't matter. Simply you have to have veterinarian. Now we're going to write to MCI, so MCI insists, then every college will fall for it. They will follow it. Similarly, PCI, every college will follow it. So that is the one way that at least the teaching institutes, they will have somebody who has undergone this course. So that is my suggestion, and I don't know what.
So no mandatory requirement is here for any, especially for the Eclamp at present.
Sorry, sir. Mandatory requirement doesn't come from heaven. We have to make it.
Yeah.
So people like you and then the previous speakers and I'm not familiar with all the dignitaries here. So you dignitaries get together and then you have to tell them, you have to insist them how PETA is doing.
Yeah,
PETA keeps on bombarding everybody not to do animal experiments. So I'm like this. We have to tell them that MCI, PCI, or other veterinary.
No, that is our actually future planning, because see this N9 course, I will tell you. If you see the recruitment or advertisement, in some places they are asking mandatory N9 3 months course for supervisor training. Okay. But most of the places they say ki 1 year experience, 2 year experience in the handling and breeding of the laboratory animal medicine. Okay. So eventually when this sector will actually grow and then there will be regulatory requirement, that time it is possible that the regulatory authority, they can ask the institution or like for all animal facilities now the post of veterinarian is must there. Okay, so like in future this facility program may also actually need as one of the qualification for recruiting the veterinarians in the lab animal facilities.
My one more question is, well, I do animal experiments. I'm not against animal experiments, but then you see that trend for the trend. If you see the trend in the country for last 2 or 3 decades, now don't do animal experiments. Okay, and some time back, maybe a decade back, PETA wrote to MCA, don't allow postgraduates to do animal experiments. So this is the kind of things are going on. Now, well, you are training veterinarians, you have veterinarians in animal laboratory, animal science, and all these things. Now, do you tell them how to train their guns against this kind of people who say that there should not be any animal experiments? In fact, there was a very ridiculous statement from one of the big figures in the country, maybe 2 or 3 decades back. What's the need for new drugs? We have got drugs for every disease. So what is the need to do this kind of drug development in animals and all these things? So how are you going to tackle that this kind of what to say?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kole. Well, the forum is open for discussion. We have any further questions and discussion? The speakers are here. So you have any specific questions to be asked? Please.
Hello. Actually, so you have raised very valid questions. The first question, I think has already answered. So it's very difficult to convince any regulatory authority that you should hire only a veterinarian qualified with Eclamp or lab. It's very difficult. So still, I think it takes more time until we have enough veterinarians trained in that area. Then only we can. Otherwise, if there are no trained veterinarians, then it's difficult for the agency also to hire them. So the question will arise: if there are no qualified people, how you make it mandatory? That I think may take a little bit time. Second issue is animal experimentation. It's highly sensitive. So we have to balance between both the animal activists and also the scientists. So there may be abuses, no doubt in it, but we have to be extra cautious that really animals are required or not. Most of the regulatory authorities even now, they ask for the animal experimentation data before accepting any of the drug. So I think one example, recent example, I think this corona vaccine, to actually, this was used in human beings as emergency use purpose. So because that there's a lot of side effects we are seeing now. I think recently, just 2-3 days back, also some news came in the paper saying that because it has not gone extensive animal experimentation, so hence we don't know the side effects of those vaccines. So because of reasons, we are now facing problems. So I think 8 people died in Amarnath Yatra recently, just last week, I think. So they are attributing it to the corona this thing. So we don't know. So that's why animal experimentation really helpful. And unless you do a thorough experimentation, even though it may not give 100% exact extrapolatable result, but we need animal experimentation as of now because we don't have any alternate model system right now.
Perfectly all right. I'm a medical man. I realize there is a need for something. For example, I suggest the college also to consider a possibility of thinking of developing some very important model which really help in developing a drug which is useful for human. Presently, there are some areas where it is very difficult for us to have a drug which is developed and we don't have a very correct preclinical model. I give an example. I developed a drug which is anti-emetic. Now you tell me, are we having? So my request as a medical scientist, I would like to see that this organization or this college should look into the possibility of deficiency of preclinical model which is existing. I can give example of anti-emetic. Now they are using actually peaking test in pigeon. You give this thing and is that anti-emetic activity is there. It is very difficult. Secondly, for example, CNS actually problem like Alzheimer's disease. Now, what is the advantage? I can give you the advice that many people are now able to identify a genetic variation. And that genetic variation they are creating in animal and they are developing a model. Recently, a very good model has been developed for Alzheimer's disease, which we were never having. Suppose I develop a drug to test for Alzheimer's disease in animal, we were not having. So my request is there that this college or this association look into the possibility of deficiency of preclinical models which are not there, which can be useful for the human being. Number one. Number two, there are some preclinical models even in spite of doing that study and proving that this drug is working very well, it is not very well working and showing activity in human because of various reasons. But because of the post-genomic era and especially the information of the Human Genome Project, it is today possible. Now people are able to develop a very good model for multiple sclerosis, which was not there. It was very difficult if you say 5 years back, if I have developed a drug to test in multiple sclerosis, there was no model. But today it is there because I know that what are the genomic variation. And another very important thing I want that every lab, everything should look into possibility of actually transgenic model. In fact, the person sitting there, he didn't talk about the zebrafish. There is a forecast that zebrafish is going to replace lot of preclinical model in mice and rats. And it is true. Why it is there? Because 83% of the genome of human match with zebrafish. So I will prefer to test my drug first in zebrafish and find out the activity. So these are some of the things so should be incorporated in your training and course. That is my request, because then I will not fail in my actually phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trial, I have done a very good preclinical and prove it. But in human, it is failing because there is a variation in genetic. Same thing is in cancer. So that's the reason now we are doing a patient-derived cancer model in mice. Why? Because all the cancer model which we are doing, developing a drug, but we are failing in actually human cancer because we have not done the pen. Now, when we are doing a patient-derived cancer model, proving my drug, it is working in human. So these are some of the area must be included and give more importance to these area during actually your training or your actually course or syllabus. That is my suggestion. So we will not fail in human clinical trial.
Any more questions? So could you introduce yourself when you start?
Good afternoon. I'm Shivashankar from Divanpara, Tumkur, Karnataka. My question is that, see, this course is meant for veterinaries. It's very good. Specialization makes more efficient and all that. But availability of veterinarians for animal research or participation in animal experiments. See, I think like right now in India, maybe it is less than 5%. So how you will manage the remaining 95%? So simply making rules are like involving many courses like this doesn't help us. So availability of veterinarians for all these experiments is the primary requirement. So how we are planning for that? So even if you start from now, like it may require another 15, 20 years to fill all the requirements. And also like a lot of government agencies are feeling the heat because like many veterinarian posts are vacant. So in this scenario, so restricting this course only to veterinarians, how it helps us, especially CRO.
Mike to Dr. Shathi, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for our question. So actually, if you see this kind of lab animal medicine course, yes, the veterinarian, they have that DVM course, not only US, Europe, other part of the continent as well. So this course is offered for only for the veterinarian, the rest of countries if you see. The similar way we have also started here from India. Already it is there 70+ countries in Europe, US, Canada, Korea, and Japan. Similarly, we have started from India. So only veterinarian only can able to enroll because that is a basic fundamental degree requirement. That's the reason. But there are courses available for BPharm, MPharm, and biological scientists, other life sciences courses. So that's the reason. Veterinarian, we are not recommending right now. This is the course one should have. It's a kind of must now. They have to have the bachelor degree or master degree or PhD. That is needed because already they have studied from the colleges. They know that based on their experience, they can able to take care of the animal facility, even experimentation as well. So this is the super specialty course. This is super specialty course. Suppose if you have a specific, sir was talking about some of the models, like suppose there are courses like spontaneously disease-induced model. That is the first domain. There are many areas. Just I wanted to cover overall, like oncology, immunology, immuno-oncology, fibrosis, cardiovascular, renal disorder, and ocular disorder. There are many models are available. One should go through that. And even there are a lot of transgenic models. They need to undergo. They should be familiar with. And moreover, one more thing, just I wanted to answer both of you. He is the man of zebrafish. He is from Tata Institute of Animal Research. He is the animal facility in charge for more than a decade for the geographists. They did a lot of work. So there are many activities are happening. But to answer your question, but veterinarian, I understand that scarcity is there currently, but over the period it will cope up. So there is a less number of candidates are coming out, and there are ample number of opportunities are there, not only from the private as well as public, but there is a balance we need to strike in between them. Any other questions from members? To run a CRO, for to answer your questions, I think veterinarians needed, but with the minimal experience sufficient, depending upon the level of operations, what you are dealing with. And you can have the many other biological scientists, they can also take care of the experiments. It's a giant collaborative effort. Yeah.
I can understand that, but my suggestion or maybe my requirement is that at least for few like non-veterinarians, can we have some small courses so that it will help CROs?
Very good question. That's the reason. If you see, I think we can also widely circulate the CCLA as one of the course, certificate course for laboratory animal science. That is a course. This is the first year. I think that's happening from 2013 onwards, 2013 onwards. That's one of the course out of Europe conducted in India. That is in Chennai, Canvas, Tamil Nadu Veterinary Animal Sciences University. There are many pages. I think they passed out. In that, veterinarian, non-veterinarian, there is no discrimination. In the sense, like any biologist can be a they can attend the program. So the first training is for all the biologists, pharmacy, zoology, whomsoever they can attend. There is one more training program they are going to conduct in the month of July. Veterinarian, because there are some of the surgery, anesthesia, some of the other techniques they are going to include there. There is a separate program is going to come. So you can, it's a welcome. You can send your people. All the biologists, anybody is working in your CRO, please send them for this kind of training, batch wise. So that will really help. That's where I also benefited. Yes, I'm in this industry close to 20 years, but what happened? I also recently attended, that is one of the course, that is highly intensive course, more than close to 10 days they conduct. That will really help. That will add value to your program. That's what I wanted to say. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I am a veterinary surgeon practicing in Pune as a private practitioner for small animal practice. Looking into the scenario after graduation, you have said that 4 years experience for the lab animal practice. As our vet field is very small, and if they are going to have 4 years of experience in the small animal practice and going to go for the course of 1 year, it will be slightly difficult. So if you can put light for that, immediately veterinarian should get diploma admission directly from your institute. That will be more additive for the vets.
Okay, good question. So what happens here? Here, 4 years of relevant experience. We are talking about the relevant experience. If you see in our website, BVSC undergrad after 6 years of relevant experience, that's one option. Otherwise, masters or PhD plus 4 years of relevant experience. We consider this all the same category. That is the basic eligibility to appear for the apply for the diploma course. Why? Because after the direct, if you pass out from BBSc, it will be very difficult for the person to cope up with the different species, because not many of them they don't read that much depth in the undergrads courses. When rat, mice, rabbit, there are many laboratory animals. That's the reason. Even if you see the US, other countries, what happens after BS, they will do the DVM. Here in India, we have MASC, but there it is not there. There are ABVS, American Board of Veterinary Specialists, under which there are many specialist terms. So like, American College of Veterinary Pathology, American College of Lab Animal Medicine, there are many specialists. So what they do, 2 to 3 years residency program. It's a full-time program. They have to cover up to 2,000 hours under a mentor in the central or state university or private organization. They have to spend for 2 to 3 years. Relevant experience, then only they will be awarded this kind of diploma. Then only the person, if they come out, they can able to confidently perform the surgery or whatever the activities they can able to do that. Otherwise, reading and passing out, it will not sometimes directly related to the experience. But based on the lot of factors we put into that, we also consulted international organizations, other countries as well. But these are the minimum requirements are needed: 6 years of experience or 4 years of master. Otherwise, the person, if he or she is really interested, they can also tie up with any institute or the CRO, any pharma biotech companies. They can work for, there are in foreign countries, they do part-time work. Similarly, also they can able to do. There are scorecard marks for that. Accordingly, also the person also can be selected. Here, one advantage is like they are not calling for full-time person. Full-time person, if they come, what they will do after 1 or 2 years, they have to look for the job. But currently, if you see the job market, after the Eclamp, generally for our all the posts like BVSC, MEH, or PhD, like that only advertisement comes. But directly it will not take. But if you see the Eclamp other countries, these are highly recommended. Most of the directors and almost all the posts, this kind of diplomates are preferred. That's what I wanted to say. But it's a direct experience note. Let them cope up with for some more years. Down the line, after 3 to 5 years, I think residency is going to come up. Then there will be different avenue also will start. Thank you.
Myself, Dr. Syed Ilyas Basha. My query is on certification courses. Where, as you said, there is a programs ongoing where we can pursue the kind of 1 month training program of 15 days. I think it is only 3 months you said, right? Is it 3 months course?
You are talking about
CCLA something you mentioned.
Yeah, this is the 10 days course.
10 days course. So I feel personally the 10 days course, it is a broad area, the animal experiments. We cannot pursue enough experience in that. What you can learn, the just outlines you can learn. So as one of the speakers was mentioning, that should be a specified kind of training on the models besides what ongoing training. So that will be more helpful. That means suppose Alzheimer's, a specific, what are the models and expertise that increase the job opportunities for the veterinarians or the animal handling expertise people who are there. That gives more benefit and more accurate results for the researchers. That's one. Second question, why there is a less private veterinary colleges in India, or there is a less priority for the veterinary courses or the track for that?
So to answer your first question, I understand with the 10 days, the person cannot be an expert. It takes its own time based on the analytical capability and the level of education, expertise what he or she has. So that is the basic course, basic biomethodology. It covers the CCLA's course about what I'm talking. 10 was what they're going to conduct this month or next month. It's a rat, mice, fish, and there are ABCD categories available. It's already available on the website. That is a basic course one can do. Thereafter, if any biomedical professional wanted to pursue further, there are specialized trainings are available with relevant to the species. If you see the afternoon talk, Dr. Anup, Dr. DC Sharma, they will be covering non-rodent space. A lot of avenues are there. They will be covering about bovine, porcine, canine, there are a lot of models. So those kind of specialized certificate, I think training one can adopt based on their work nature. Such a way that it's like a combination of how they work, which area they're exposed, that they have to develop. That's number one. Workshop is there, to enlighten some of the key features, and they can learn something from that. Thereafter, they have to do the specialized training. What we are talking about, the Eclamp is the highly super specialty course, specialized training. This kind of intensive course, what they will do, the person will be there with the supervisor, manage kind of program. So there they will be spending more time. They will be studying in depth. That's where the person will be like a special, super specialty person like that we are going to make. The number two, for your question, private colleges, I do not have much answer for that. Yes, there are a couple of them, but it's all government policy. So anybody can take it.
Another one. I think I feel personally it's the time to have a collaboration like academia and industry or CROs where the people like Anup sir and Sharma sir are there. If MOUs or collaborations between the academia where the PGs or biomedical scientists or researchers, they can go there for a couple of months or 3 months or 6 months kind of training, inter-faculty exchange program that can be implemented. So these people are high-level people are there, they can address this.
I'll give the mic, Dr. Tish. I'll give my mic.
Thank you for raising that, because we already are in a process to have this training process, not only for vets, also for the medicos. I'm running 2 courses for the medicos to have training on percutaneous coronary interventions. Also for the other interventions where we plant the stents and all that. So I would be happy to have, serve as, a trainer for the most, difficult models that we are, developing over here. And I think it would be good if we all, come together, not only veterinarians, other biologists, pharmacists, and people from other, biological streams, also medicos, to have a platform where we can, test most of the entities coming from the medical devices as well as from the NCEs or other chemical entities, agrochemicals and all that, to develop the models. As sir said that we don't have a model for Alzheimer disease and all that, and with the new genome knowledge that we are developing few models with Alzheimer disease, not only Alzheimer disease. Let's start with the dementia and all that. So I don't think it would be a overnight job. So we'll have to all work together, and it would take some time to have. And as you said, specialized courses would be there in collaboration with the different CROs and.
Yeah. Can I add on in the same topic with the permission of the?
Yes, please.
Yeah, myself, Dr. Vikas Dige. I'm having a National Center for Preclinical Reproductive and Genetic Toxicology at Mumbai. So coming to your questions, last almost 16 years, we are offering services as an academic CRO. For industry, a lot of molecules has been tested since inception, from the efficacy study to the preclinical, where they actually submit the pre-IND document, then they perform the study in the GLP setup and then submit the IND document. So what I want to point out here that as we are heading towards a One Health program, it is the need of our to collaborate and actually conscious efforts between the medicos, even the basic scientists. I vouch here for basic science because what I observed for last almost 10 years, the basic science has given a lot of inputs even for developing the animals, and per se for carrying out any animal experimentation, there is a need of supervision from a veterinarian. But I can assure, and I have actually experienced that the basic science people, they do surgeries in the supervision of the medical, supervision of the veterinarians very meticulously. I have trained staff which is even not learned 10 science, they can actually perform the surgeries. But why we are vouching on that? We need to have the supervision of veterinarians. So most of the industries definitely have to have a veterinary faculty who is supervising the all experimentation. That is the need of power. But definitely, as one of the actually question was there, that why there was a scarcity of veterinarians to undertake such experimentation. Again, coming back to the model development. So at my center, we have developed almost 10 to 11 models as per the need, even for the oligospermia, human oligospermia. So we developed the model for that. As we said, the Alzheimer, Parkinson's, we have developed the model for that. We have developed the model for PCOS. We have developed for hypothyroidism. So that means there are literature available. We have to vouch this one, and then accordingly the phenotypes, whatever we get it from the animal experimentation, they not be straight away extrapolated to the human beings, but definitely they are definitely paving the way to analyze those type of results. And definitely now, as the One Health program, is the need of our to come together, and any industry people can write to the academia and there is no limitations now to take up such type of collaborations in future, because this type of silent efforts and now the constructive efforts need to be there, and we all are there to help us.
Thank you sir, for explaining that. Any further questions? There are any questions from the online? Please check. Okay, if there are no questions, I think you can feel free to discuss during the lunch hours. So experts are available.
So thank you very much. We will be breaking for a half an hour for lunch, and after half an hour, we'll reconvene for the second session. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. इसके सारे पोर्ट तो चले गए. There is no free port. So सो इसको कैसे प्रोजेक्ट करेंगे? इसमें
करना है स्क्रीन पे।
हाँ, तो वो लैपटॉप लेके आओ ना। ओके, तो मैं इस पे कॉपी करके रखूं? कॉपी करके रख सकता हूँ। हेलो, हाँ बोलो, हाँ बोलो बोलो, हाँ बोल दो बोल दो, हाँ ट्रस्ट लाइक बोल दो। ओके फाइन। ये रीड ही नहीं कर रहा यार, रीड ही नहीं कर रहा। कहाँ पे? हाँ ओपन करो उसको। ये कंप्यूटर रहेगा या दूसरा कंप्यूटर रहेगा? नहीं, मेरे को तेलुगु नहीं आता, कौन सा कंप्यूटर रहेगा? यही रहता। ओके, इस पे कॉपी करो, वो पहले ओपन करो। Have to be. Eh? No, I used to have the courses. No. I used to. Yeah. कहाँ गए यार तुम्हारा, मेरे को कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। we need to do the fasting, as we know that all the non-runners undergo fasting for 12 hours or so. And obviously, preemptive antibiotics therapy should be done, preemptive analgesia. And once you do that, you know your animal is ready, and then you can do the pre-medication with alpha-2 agonist, that is xylazine, followed by propofol, and then you can induce with propofol, and obviously followed by that you will do the what you can say isoflurane 1 to 3%, and obviously in between you will be giving the adjunct ringer lactate to any sort of fluid deficit, and the rate could be 5 to 10 ml per kg per hour. And this is very important because animals or any species will tend to lose moisture and what you can say water during the surgery. So it is very important that we have to replace it. Cleaning and shaving of the region, which is quite normal. And in order to prevent the eye ulceration, you need to put the lubricant. So see any CMC, carboxymethyl cellulose, any preparation you can put in the eyes, and you know that that will protect throughout the surgery. Obviously, after that, you need to put the drape and everything, and the animal's ready for the surgery. Little bit about the anatomy and the site of the implantation where you will be implanting. So we know that we will be putting the blood pressure catheter into the femoral artery, and implant would be just 6 centimeter or slight to the left side of the linea alba. And the ECG voice or the lead configuration of 2, which would be for positive lead would be between xiphoid and last rib, and the negative lead would go to the 2 to 3, second to third rib of the right side. And you can see the implant here. The implant comprises of red wire, that is positive, and white one is in a negative. That will lead to the lead 2 configuration, and that will give you the ECG very well. So other 2 projection or tubes are catheters. However, the implant which we have used is having only 1 tube or 1 gel assembly which goes to the femoral artery. Now, surgical procedure. So I would just like to simplify the procedure. The slides are self-explanatory. However, I'll tell the main important step. So we need to do the 2 to 4 in centimeter incision in inguinal region to approach the femoral artery. And with the femoral artery, you need to first isolate and pass the hollow tracker from the point of the implantation site to the femoral artery so that it could be approached. And then a pressure catheter, which is passed through the what you can say hollow tracker to the site of the implantation, that is femoral artery. And we will put 3 ligatures of 5-0 non-absorbable suture of true bond CV, which will be put in such a way that it is not occluding the artery at this time, but in order to put it so that if there is any emergency, we can arrest the bleeding. Now you have to understand one thing very clearly, that this is very important selection of the suture material. You will be selecting non-absorbable and 5-0, not the thick ones, because it will sever the artery or the blood vessels. Once you temporarily occlude the artery with bulldog clamps and some of the stay suture like this, you will remove the what you can say pressure catheter gently, which is one of the most important steps, and we will explain in the video that why it is so. The pressure catheter sleeve will be removed very slowly so that the gel at the tip of catheter will remain as such and will be inserted in the artery without any loss of its integrity. Hence, after putting the catheter into the artery by the usage of 18 gauge needle, that would be the tip, or the needle should be, the bevel should be converted into 90 degree. And with the use of 18 gauge needle, the artery would be punctured and the catheter will be guided throughout at least 20 centimeters into the artery so that it will go to abdominal aorta. And once you do it, you should progress slowly and gradually. So during this process, you will be removing the bulldog clamps and the suture so that the catheter can go very smoothly. Again, this catheter is quite specialized catheter. It is not hollow catheter. It is filled with a special type of gel. And whenever the blood hits to the tip of the catheter, that pressure is translated into the electron potential. And then you read as wirelessly in your system, telemetry system. And now you can see that we have shown the diagram of ligatures, how it is done. So you can see that there will be 3 ligature. That's what I was saying before. So ligature 1, 2, and 3. So you can see that once you do the square knot on 3 sides, the knot end of 1 and 2 will be tied up, and then it will be going underneath, and again it will come up, and 1 to 3 and 2 to 3 it will be tied up, and vice versa. So it will be giving a setup that it looks like a stunt which is having a what you can say mesh type appearance, or this is called Chinese knots. Where you used to have a what you can say very good assembly which is sitting closely over the artery. Now, this is also confirmed with the fluoroscopy. You need to confirm under the fluoroscopy that the catheter is in the abdominal aorta. And you can check very well. There is a simple pendulum motion of the catheter can tell you that it is facing a lot of blood flow. Here, there is one more important fact that we need to use true seal, a surgical glue. Mere putting a suture knot or what you can say, putting the suture knot or square knot at the artery is not enough. You need to consolidate it. So this assembly is completely smeared, or at each step, whenever you throw a knot, the true seal will be put. It's a special material of cyanoacrylate compound, which makes the sticking very extensive. And at this stage, you will be checking that the blood catheters will be emitting the signals properly. That could be what you can say evident by looking at the IOX software. IOX software is a specialized software which reads all the signals from the telemetry implants like ECG, temperature, acceleration, and blood pressure rates. So here, once you complete this step, you can close the skin layers like 2-0 suture material by absorbable subcuticular fashion, and final by horizontal mattress 3-0 material truly. And inner layers, as we know that 2-0 absorbable suture material we can use for suturing. Now, implant positioning. As I said previously, the implant would be put or placed 6 centimeter to an incision would be made 6 centimeter and would be placed around 6 centimeter away from the linea alba, and it will be in left region. You will create a pocket between rectus abdominis and trans abdominis, and there once you place the pocket or create the pocket, you will put the stay suture or anchoring suture to the points, because these implants comes with the anchor points where you can put the knots or the suture material with the muscle and the implant. Again, same scenario, we will be closing with 2-0 absorbable suture and monofilament non-absorbable 3-0 material for the horizontal matrix. Subcutaneous lead placement, as you know that, like as I was saying previously, one for the negative lead, that is white color, and it would go to the right side, that is second or between the third or fourth rib. Second one is the positive lead, which will be going to the Seifert cartilage and the last rib. So you can see the what you can say bold one, what I'm reading right now. Here again, the skin sutures, everything would be used as Truline in a horizontal matrix, 3-0 suture material. Post-operative. So post-operative care, as a standard one, we will check the animal throughout the recovery procedure. That means temperature, respiratory rate, everything. Heat support will be given during this surgery. And there is one interesting observation. Even though it is not a major surgery, it's a minor surgery. We are not breaching any cavity as such. The animal tends to lose the temperature very fast. So we need to provide the heat source judicially and through infrared lamps, or you can use hot water blanket, anything which raises the temperature of the animal. And it has been noticed that on average 4-degree or 3-degree temperature drop is noticed during the from the start of surgery to the last point when you are putting the suture. So it is very important. So animal can go to hypothermia, and we need to prevent that. So this is very important step, and one should follow that. Again, urine and fecal output, just what we have noticed in the pre-assessment, visual evaluation that how is animal in short, like whether the animal is grooming or not. There's a latest trend right now where people are assessing the pain and distress in the animals by the habit of their grooming, not by grimace face pain scale. So if the animal is grooming, if the animal is following the normal ethogram, that means the animal is free from the stress or pain. So that is the key. And it doesn't use any expensive or what you can say, any strategy or methodology or videography. So one has to look that normal ethogram in the animal. So once we are through with that, pain assessment was done by Melbourne Pain Scale, which constitutes the, what you can say, physiological parameters and quantitative and qualitative, where physiological parameters are also considered and behavior is also considered. And then you will get a score, and based on the score, veterinarian can decide whether to increase the analgesia or the animal can go out of the analgesia therapy. Here, opioids can be used, NSAIDs just like meloxicam, and the duration can start from 48 hours to 1 week. Surgical incision sites, that has to be monitored extensively because that could lead to the infection. And once infection seeps in, your model is in trouble, because the external suture regions, which comprises of ECG catheter wires, that could lead to further complication because animal tends to rub that against the wall or cage, whatever you can say. And that leads to inflammation, abscess, and so forth. So here one has to observe the animal very closely. So small steps like Elizabethan collar or anything which takes away the animal's attention from the surgical site. Monitoring the position of the implants and animal health. So here what we are doing, we are monitoring the implant under fluoroscopy. So that means you will get a clear idea when you did the surgery, at the time of surgery, how the implant and where it was, and now how it is. And is there any change, or are there any movements of the implant or the ECG wires? And if you find anything, please intervene immediately. And monthly perform the blood chemistry, that means hematology biochemistry, by which you know that animal is normal or abnormal, or are there any complications. Moreover, basic things, weight gain or feed and water intake. And you need to also record the values of temperature, blood pressure, acceleration, ECG. Final screening, that means once you have created your animal model, you need to use it. So validation study can be done for that. So usually the classical example is moxifloxacin. And it's like you just administer the animal with the 4 set of animal, and you need to do you need to follow the Latin square design. You need to do the evaluation over 24 hours. And once you see that QT prolongation, you know that your model is validated because it is showing QT prolongation, which is a classical work, or what you can say, effect of moxifloxacin. Here, you need to also check the behavior of the animals because sometimes we overlook the behavior. We tend to check just the clinical health or something. This can lead to stereotypies like circling in the cage or what you can say, palm licking or anything that could lead to the deterioration of the animal's health. So that is very important. This is what I was saying, that Latin square design. That means there will be 4 animals, 4 dosing cycles will be there. And you need to give the animal, each 4 animal will get all the doses. So with a proper washout, and washout can be designed as 10 times the half-life of the drug. That is the classical, what you can say, step which is been followed everywhere. Now, video. So you can see that incision is being put at the inguinal region to approach the femoral artery. So the incision will be extended, and this is the site which I was saying, that around 6 centimeter towards the left side of linea alba to place the implant. So here the pocket is being created, and this is the implant. This is how the implant is being kept. And this is one of the important steps where the surgeon is taking out the sleeve from the catheter. Again, it is a solid catheter. It's filled with gel. And this is the puncture of artery, where artery is being occluded by 3 bulldog clamps. And now the surgeon will put the catheter. In this step, you will find bleeding because it's very difficult to maintain, because if you occlude that, what you can say, the suture, the catheter will not go fast or smoothly. Now this step is a square knot where the surgeon is putting, and here you need to wipe the surface because blood will coagulate later and there will be a gap between knot to knot. And this is the true seal which I was telling, that which is absolutely mandatory. The suturing alone will not facilitate this model. So this is for the ECG lead. Now you will see that a endoscopic clamp, or ideally you can use trocar also, which will be used to take the ECG lead from the implant side to this. Here, this ECG wire is quite movable. So we need to make it stay there, and probably their movement should be arrested. And that's why we are putting the stay suture before, because or else the insulin sheath, the red insulin sheath will migrate. So it is very important to suture it, or else once it is put there in the body, any loss of integrity in the insulation, it will have abnormal ECG parameters. And here you can see that the loop of ECG lead wire is being closed. Excess ECG lead wires have to be put along with the implant, because that will help in future, because if you find any problem with the ECG lead, you can again intervene, take some ECG and again replace it. This is the step where the implant body is being placed in the muscular pocket and closing is being done so that the implant will be securely placed in between the muscle layers. So these are the sites where almost 4 sites will be breached of the animal. That means incision will be put at 4 sites to access the femoral artery, to put the implant, to put the red positive lead wire, and last the white lead wire. And that's it. So we can discuss, or I can take the Q&As at the end. Fine. So next topic is about dermal pharmacokinetics. This topic is quite old and almost everybody knows about this. Pharmacokinetic study is not the new subject or topic, but here what has been happening in our company means our facility. We have been asked many times that whether we can develop a model which can be suitable for the dermal pharmacokinetics. So to come up with a model of non-rodent where we have to use the dermal pharmacokinetics principle. So what is dermal pharmacokinetics? Dermal pharmacokinetics is nothing but you need to evaluate the active moieties or metabolites concentration level or DMPK values at the stratum corneum level or the skin or adjoining tissues. Instead of going for the systemic circulation, it doesn't make sense, because once you administer the drug and checking that drug's concentration at the skin level or vice versa, that means applying topically and going to the blood level or collecting plasma and checking the drug's concentration in the plasma, it doesn't make sense. So one has to apply the drug at the topical level, and then you have to collect the skin sample or different layers and evaluate drugs active moiety or metabolites. So a little bit of anatomy. The skin comprises of 3 layers, as we all know: epidermis, dermis, and hypodermis. Epidermis is again divided into 5. The outermost is stratum corneum, then lucidum, granulosum, spinosum, and germinativum. Its thickness is around like 0.1 to 1.5 mm. And here there's a picture is also given there where you can see that the outermost layer is stratum corneum. Dermis layer is almost of thick about 1.5 to 4 mm. And it comprises of collagen, elastin, and sweat gland, oil gland, and so forth. Hypodermis is the deepest layer of the skin. It is also called subcuticular. Here, what we have to understand that we have to take stratum corneum, and dermal pharmacokinetics assumes that the level of drug in stratum corneum is the actual what you can say, way of going forward to know the DMPK. Comparison of human and animal skin thickness. You can see that as it is self-explanatory, that human skin is like almost similar to pig's ear skin. And we say that because average of 20 hairs per centimeter square are present in porcine ear skin, and whereas in humans it is 14 to 32. So that comparison is being taken in many of the time for designing the animal model. And you can see the description of the species, anatomic site, and the dimension or width of stratum corneum, epidermis, and whole skin. So here if you see the 17 micrometer and pig's ear is 10, epidermis is 36, where pig has 50. Whole skins, what you can say, width is 1.5, and for pig is 1.3. So that tells something that you can, what you can say, surrogate the pig skin for the human. Little bit about histopathology. So this is about the layout where epidermis and reticular dermis and hypodermis, everything is being given, and comparison. Yes, there are more hair follicles in the human as compared to the pig skin, but they can be comparable. So what types of compounds are being used in dermal pharmacokinetics? So transdermal sites, the drugs where you have to apply topically and you need to have its action topically. And these drugs need not to be absorbed systemically. That means you are using antiseptic or what you can say sunscreen. That is supposed to be remain at the topical. It should not get absorbed systemically. So these kind of different properties are being used to formulate this kind of formulation. And this tells that why dermal pharmacokinetics are important. So once you go through the transdermal to the target sites or within the just below the skin, the drugs could be anti-cancerous drug, which could be game changer, or the drugs against the psoriasis. These drugs are important because you can't administer systemically because it has its side effect, and everybody knows that. So these drugs are remain to be topical. And similarly, once you administer any drug systemically, the drug need not have to reach to the dermal sites, or even if it reach, you need to administer more to reach to its skin level. So there should be a drug delivery system which targets at the topical or skin level. So that is why dermal pharmacokinetics are very important. As I was previously mentioning, dermal pharmacokinetics method assumes that stratum corneum is the rate limiting barrier to the percutaneous absorption. So if you know that what all concentrations are there at the stratum corneal level, you know that how permeable that drug would be. So the next statement states the same thing. Stratum corneum is directly related to the drugs deficient in the viable dermis. And you can say that stratum corneum drug concentration are more relevant for estimating local dermatological efficacy than the plasma concentration. So here, as I was mentioning previously, that stratum corneum's concentration or drugs concentration at stratum corneum is important rather than administering to the systemic level. FDA, what FDA says about that? The FDA says about that are near about 4 time point we should demonstrate the drug uptake, and 4 time points should be demonstrated the drug clearance. So here, as you can say that example, they have been 0.25, 5, 1, and 3 hour, where post application you will estimate the drugs amount or concentration at stratum corneum for the drug uptake. Similarly, for the clearance, removing the drug, you need to see at 4 hours, 6 hour, 8 hour, and 24 hour post. So what all challenges we have been faced? So first is animal ethics. That means we had an idea that we should administer the drug and collect the skin. So how this skin collection could be. So that means you have to administer at 0.5, 1, 3, 4, like that. So once you apply, you need to cut and take the skin from the animal. It's a very painful experience, and no IEC will approve that for large animals. So a methodology was devised that means reverse. For example, you apply the drug 24-hour before, that will be the source of your 24-hour skin sample, and 0.5-hour skin sample could be just 0.5-hour before. So that in that way, all the skin collection could be done at once, rather than doing post collection, you are collecting the skin. Again, we have been asked that not to just limit our work to stratum corneum or extraction of skin. They have also asked us to do the classical DMPK, that whether after topical application, this drug is entering into the systemic circulation. So we have to design in such a way that we need to do dermal pharmacokinetics and classical DMPK in a tandem, that it makes sense. For example, if you apply the drug and you start taking the blood collection, the second application will obscure the previous application's drug concentration level. So in that way, we had to manage the study. And you know that first, before the post hour, first collection will be 24 hours after. So during 24 hour to 16 or 8 hour, there are some time period. At that time, you can do your classical DMPK. So that means you can collect the blood. And the second application will come at 12-hour or 8-hour. And we have been asked also to apply the drug at the specific temperature for efficacy problems, because they think that drug application at specific temperature have different absorption levels. So we have been asked to create the temperature at the skin region without any contact. That means we cannot touch the pig skin, because or else it will contaminate the source of or the site of the skin block. So we had to use the infrared lamps, and we validate the study. That means at a particular distance from the skin, if you are keeping the infrared lamps, at what distances, what temperature is being you are seeing. So with that, we have validated that if we keep the infrared lamp of this exposure at this centimeter, we will be having temperature at the skin level like that. Again, drug permeability across the different skin blocks. Here, once we apply the drug at different skin blocks, there will be drug permeability. That means the concentration or drug will seep from one side to other side. It's quite normal. So you need to find the exact or typical distance between the skin blocks to skin block, which is very important, or else the 24-hour sample and 12-hour samples drug concentration, the skin levels can spread each other, vice versa. This is a classical, what you can say, drug administration procedure, where you can see that area 1 and 7 has been the total 2 into 2 centimeters square of what you can say 4 centimeters square of 12 we have created. And you can see the area 2 and 8 are 24-hour sample, 3 and 9 are 8-hour, 4 and 10 for 4-hour, 5 and 11 for 2-hour, and 6 and 12 for 1 hour. So you can see the 0 time point, area 1 and 7 is a 0 time point. That means you will do. So here you can see that day 0, the 24 hours application will be at 10 a.m. And you can almost see that a 2-hour sample will be on day 1. So that is how it is being done. So now the process of skin layer separation, it's quite typical, and we need to follow the step by step. So all the steps are self-explanatory. However, I'll just show some light over it. Application on the dorsal region, which is quite important because the animal cannot access the region. And there will be 12 mark region, which we saw, that we call a skin block. And skin block will have a 4 centimeter of distance between each other, which we have found out after doing trials in such a way that there will not be dirt permeability. So after dosing, you will apply the appropriate, what you can say, solvent like ACN water mixture. And then you will rinse the unabsorbed drug content on the skin. After the skin washing, you will do the tape stripping. And it is very important step. The first 2 stripping comprises of stratum corneum. And then whatever the tape stripping is there, that tape strippings are important because that will go for the drug analysis or active moiety analysis. And additional 20 to 30 times tape strippings will be done. And in order to extract whatever stratum corneum is present, and collector strip will be analyzed later. Now, after the skin was collected from using scalpel or dermatome, and it would be put in aluminum foil and it will subjected to hot air oven for 15 minutes for 60 to 60 degrees Celsius. After the epidermal layer is separated from the dermis layer, fat will be removed, obviously. It will be transferred and weighed. Separated epidermis test area will be separated using scalpel and dermatome. And around 6 mm diameter of biopsy punch will be used to extract the same. It will be weighed and it will be transferred to the centrifuge tube for the sent for the analysis. And this is the video. This video is quite self-explanatory. You can see that how the marking is being done. We cannot draw completely because it's a ink, so it will interfere with the drug absorption. So we just tend to put 4 marks corresponding to 4 corners, and then excess drug is being washed. You can see the tape stripping. It will be subjected to now to hot air oven after this. This is dermatome separating the skin. Biopsy punch, 6 mm diameter, and then each punch will go into the separate centrifuge tube for evaluation. That's it. I think we have to take it last, I guess. So it's 3-5. I'll go to the next. Yeah.
Hello. This is Venugopal from Novartis. one question I had was how do you ensure that there is no drug loss from the skin to the glove or your hands? Or what are your precautions there?
Yeah, it's a very important question. And we have faced the same scenarios. That means we use the glass rod and we made sure that from the glass rod, it is directly going to the skin. So drug application is from glass rod to the skin and making sure that completely it is been pasted over the square regions. But I do understand that once you weigh the test item and then take it from the glass rod and putting that, you cannot take completely from the glass rod. So that thing is there. So one of the, what you can say, suggestion given was that weigh the glass rod before and the after and see the density. But then the problem, what happens is, due to the temperature change, density will change. So you will not able to see that. So it's just a approximation. But I do understand what you are referring to. Yes, again, pipette will be having remnant. So washing will dilute.
Thank you, Anup, for the wonderful graphics.
So good to see you.
Yeah, same here. So just to add to the earlier question, what we can do is we can take the tissue paper, weight, wipe the rod, weight. That will give you what is the
same thing. Same thing.
Apart from that, I wanted to ask whether the pig was anesthetized when the skin scraping is.
Yes, animal was euthanized, completely euthanized, and immediately it has been, the skin samples were immediately collected, because you know that as soon as the animal is euthanized, there is no, what you can say, metabolism in the body. So as soon as the skin has to be collected, or else it doesn't make sense.
That point was missed. That's why I wanted to.
Yeah.
May I request? Can you show the design where you have those 12?
Yeah, why not?
And explain
Why
the
not?
slide, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say that this is the 12 blocks and 4 centimeters square of each, and 2 blocks correspond to 1 time point, and it is applied and taken together at once after euthanasia. The key is the skin sample has to be collected as soon as possible. Yeah. Yeah, please, sir. Yeah, it's again, yeah. Artificial skin or in vitro systems are available, but then those were not encouraging. I mean, the results were not encouraging. So we are CRO. So one of the firm approached us, and they have this in vitro system. So they did in vitro, but they wanted to do it in the live animal. So that is why the step, what I said, that the animal was euthanized and the skin were immediately collected. So that one of the primary aim was there should be blood flow to the skin till the time the metabolism is happening. Sorry? 12, yeah, 12 slide. That is the task we have been given, because if you have 6 or what you can say, even 5 members collecting we can do that. In fact, we are credited to do a full-grown beagle dog's necropsy within 30 minutes with 3 or 4 prosectors. So we are quite used to do it.
Then again, now whatever is absorbed, the blood, that be very, very small quantity. How are you going to measure that? It would have gone into circulation and then very small quantity will be there. How will you measure it?
No, I didn't get your point, sir, because I didn't understand about the blood. What? Yeah.
Actually, the druggability of the topical drugs has to be established first, that it should not be seen in the blood level. So at the same time, when they do the tissue pharmacokinetics, they also have to ensure how much drug is absorbed into the systemic circulation. And that's how the earlier PK studies demonstrate that how much drug is available or absorbed into the blood component or in the blood compartment. So once the druggability defined as for the topical drugs is that it should be acting on the topical area, not in the systemic region. And that's why it is a topical drug. And that's why the PK of the skin has to be done, not in the blood compartment.
I think his question is, I understood what he's trying to say. So the thing is, we have collected blood collections also in between. So that was to understand that after first administration, whether the administration of the first dose has any effect in the systemic circulation. That is why between first administration to the second administration, we did the pharmacokinetic study, classical pharmacokinetic study. I think it makes sense to you right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for both. Because especially the steroid administration is very, very important because it is going to reduce the endogenous, depress the endogenous levels.
Yes, corticosteroids. Yeah.
So we answered to that that's the quality drug that is showing its druggability.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse, I have one question. Not related to this. Can you suggest me the pharmacokinetics for the chronic wound models where the complete excision of the skin will be taken out?
Yeah, the same thing.
Application.
Of the complete excision of the skin model.
Yeah, after a complete excision, when you apply the gel.
Yeah.
So what kind of pharmacokinetics studies can be taken up?
It depends on what you are going to prove. For example, if it's an excision model, so that means you will be taking out the skin completely.
Yes.
And the animal will be there, or you want to keep it, there are more time points or one time point for one animal. How you want to do it?
In a 2 times application, or let it be 1 time application.
Okay.
Where we are applying the drug formulation, it's a kind of gel formulation.
Okay.
On the excision wound model.
Yeah.
It is expected that there will be a systemic absorption of the drug.
Okay. So then in that case, you decide the time points. For example, you cannot have multiple administration at the same animal because it will be obscure. So 1 time point for one animal. Post application, you can excise the skin, but the dimension of skin may be controversial because if it's a big one, you need to convince the ethical committee.
No, there is a standard model of the excision wound models. It could be a 500 square millimeter,
yes,
or it can be 2.5 centimeters.
Yes.
Otherwise. So once you excise the wound, it is expected the animal should be treated with
yes,
standard or test compound. So what I wanted to look is the kinetics of the drug absorption from both when you apply, it is expected that the surrounding area has to be applied to it. So it is also expected that besides surrounded area, the skin area, excision, the bare area also will have to apply the drug formulation. So means you have to take the systemic kinetics as well as the topical absorption kinetics.
You have to take both because
so what are the models available, or in vivo models, unlike the in vitro the available other kinds?
You can develop any animal model, and again it depends if you are going to translate it to humans. So pig or mini pig would be the ideal animal model. I would say mini pig, and you should go for pig ear.
No, I have to prove the kinetics in the.
Sorry, doctor, I think it's for the excisional wound where we apply all this. It's like, classical example is a betadine solution. Okay, so in betadine solution, when you would be creating a wound and then you apply that, you want to ask whether the pharmacokinetic model is available there or not, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a model. It's again a pig model. You can go for either a mini pig or you can go for a farm pig sort of, test system also. So in that case, it's again, as we have to strategize this very with the proper risk assessment, that we are taking care of all the ethical points there, because you would be collecting skin at different time points,
and you
from
cannot
one
have animal
yes.
without skin.
Let me put. I agree with that, but in academics, I may not be allowed to do those kind of experiments. What you are suggesting, pig
I
model?
don't think so.
No. It's the permissions for the approvals for the establishment of the animal house differ from these rodents to the pigs.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right?
Okay,
We cannot maintain the pig models. So what I'm expecting is, in academician with the low economy, what are the feasible models available? Can you suggest?
If you are saying about rodents, then it will be having poor transability or translation value to the humans.
I agree, but still
that is the
models
answer.
available.
Yes, you can
Like-
use any
I think
animals.
Deepu is a proper person. You approach him, he will give you the answer. Model is there, and we have established, we have data with us for like, let's say, for 3-month study in tox also, we do a tox kinetics with the excisional wound model. Application is alternate day, and then we collecting the tissue samples as well as.
You name the model?
It's a wound model, pig wound model.
No.
Same translation will be
The
poor.
solution itself
Yeah.
is going, when I'm asking a solution should not be a problem for me again.
No. That's what I'm saying. You have to come up with a proper protocol. I can answer with every query of that. So if you say that I have this product to apply and do it in an excisional wound model, where I need to see the translatability of that compound, or a device also. These days, releasing devices are there, iodine releasing devices are there. For that, we do a pharmacokinetics also. So each model differs. Whether that's an ulcerative product, a product for the ulcerative wound, whether that product is for the diabetic conditioned wound, or
That's what I mentioned. It's for the diabetic wounds and the in vivo model.
that's what
I'm
that's what we have all 4 models here.
Okay.
We have ischemic model, we have scarred burn model, we have excisional model, full thickness, we have partial thickness model, and we also have incisional model.
I'm asking full thickness, full
thickness,
excision
yes,
model,
yes,
rodents,
yes,
in vivo model.
yes,
I'm asking.
yes. We have.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get back to you. When
Yes.
you answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anup, joined
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
It's a very nice and very technical presentation. Thank you very much being here, and thanks for accepting our invitation. My question is very general but very important. Most of your studies, what you are conducting at your institute organization, they're invasive surgical based model, right? So how you take care of the animal welfare and the ethical concern of the animal?
Yeah, it's a very important question, and that's what I would say that one should approach very carefully. So there is a principle of harm and benefit, harm versus benefit. So you need to understand that if that motive is very important, then you can go to some extreme level. However, you have to do first one pilot study and prove that the approach you have taken is worth taking, and it weighs the what you can say harm over the benefit. So this is the approach what usually taken for large animal studies, because CPCSC is very strict about that. Yeah, again, rehabilitation is also a very key topic for this. For large animal, once you start the study, post 3 hours, once you have used or touched them, you have to rehabilitate them. There is no other point. Yeah. And CPCSE is very clear about that we should rehabilitate all the large animals. And they have given the guidelines and the steps, even the cost per day, how much you should do for each animal. Thank you. So now we can move to the dental implants in canine model. So decision-making of laboratory animal model for dental implantation. So here, if I would say that the slide is self-explanatory, like disease etiology, calculus, immunology, microbiology, biomaterial, implants. And if you see dog row, it is from good to excellent. However, non-human primate is also good or medium to excellent. Rest all low, medium or so. So one more thing which what you can say makes dogs special, that they have canines. Yes, non-human primates also have. So these are the two who are being usually selected for the dental implantation. And mostly the dogs have disease model which is of gingivitis and periodontal disease model, which is quite similar to the humans, and that's why they are preferred over any other species. So here we had to, what you can say, check the regeneration potential of the test item, which is porous phosphate glass, that is bioglass, and it liberates calcium, phosphorus, and sodium, which has a special interface at the bone and glass that induces osteoconduction and osteoinduction that lead to the bone generation with porous in nature and will have good osteogenetic property. So here we have compared with the commercial xenograph. So what we have done, we have taken the mandible region, and as we know, the dog's dental formula is 3143, upper either quadrant, and 3142, the lower quadrant. So you have in the mandible around 6 teeth. So thereby you can extract them, and then you can put this test item and you can compare left side versus right side. So 3, 3. So you can see that we have used around 8 dogs, and this is the study design, that which side is being used for what. This is about the procedure. So preemptive analgesia. Here in this dental procedure, one of the most important thing is analgesia, because it is a very painful procedure, and one has to go for multimodal analgesia. Multimodal analgesia is nothing but using the each pain pathway, targeting the each pain pathway. That means transduction, modulation, and so forth. So NSAID would be acting topically, opioids will be acting at the spinal lateral thalamus junction, and different agents which can act as a different point that would be used. That is multimodal analgesia. So using the each agent's drug volume or concentration to use in a minimal way and to achieve the complete analgesia. So you can combine NSAID, opioids, or tricyclic depressant, antidepressants, drugs, so forth. And there is a model also that if you have more pain, so starting from tramadol to fentanyl, so you will not start first fentanyl, you will start with tramadol. Again, here induction with propofol, and it can be maintained by TIVA, total intravenous anesthesia. Here it is being used 0.6 mg per kg per minute, or you can use isoflurane, but some of the surgeons prefer that they need to use the mouth completely, so they cannot intubate the animal. So that's why one has to go for TIVA. Regional anesthesia, that means you have to give the nerve block, mandibular nerve block, which can be given parallelly to the internal ramus. And you can give at a dose rate of 1 mg per kg with lidocaine, bupivacaine, or bupivacaine, any of the local anesthetic. And post-operative care usually done by meloxicam. And there you should evaluate the animal with a lot of or different pain scale like Botagatu or Melbourne pain scale. And then you can come up with a plan that how you should administer, what would be the frequency, and so forth. For example, when we talk about NSAID only acts about 24 hours. So again, you have to re-administer. If you talk about buprenorphine, it will act only for 6 to 12 hours. So you need to re-administer. Most of the time, what vets do that, like they administer and they think that it is analgesics has been given during the office hour or daytime. But during the night time, once the 12 hours are over, the animal suffers. So one has to know that what should be the frequency and which agent and what modalities we have to use. So cleaning of the animal, you need to remove any pre-existing dental tartar or any of the complication nearby the implantation zone or area. And as I was saying before, that animal must be observed for the pain. Surgical procedure, it's like you need to, once animals are anesthetized, you need to put the incision on gingival tissues, and you need to, with periosteal device, you have to elevate. And once you have created the cavities with the dental bar or what you can say dental luxator, you need to have definite zone where you can put the test item in this configuration, left and right. So three teeth for the left and 3 teeth for the right. And once you have the cavities or socket, you can fill, and then you can either test item or xenograft. You can suture the gingival tissues, and you need to leave little space so that the bone regeneration can happen. So that will lead to the growth. Now you can see that surgical extraction of the teeth, and post 2 months, how there is a substantial amount of what you can say bone regeneration. So this is quite interesting. If you see the PPG, which is the test item, it has porous cavities, which is also filled with the bone regeneration. Here on xenograft, it is completely hollow. So newly generated bone can be seen in the pores of PPG particles. The area which was occupied by PPG is being completely occupied by the new bone. And contrary, the xenograft one, it is completely hollow because the particles have been degraded. So dental implant complication, what all complications you can face? Basically, any implant which sits on the what you can say mandible or maxilla and should have stability. So loss of primary stability. If abutment is not good, abutment is nothing but a assembly where you put the implant. Sometimes you cannot put the implant directly on the what you can say mandible. So you need to have put a intermediate assembly where it will be threaded one, and over the threaded one you can put any of the other implants. So that that is called abutment. So abutment, if during the placement of the abutment, if you give excess pressure and the anticipated pressure from the cavity, if it is more, then buccal plate bone fracture can be observed. So these kind of things are quite critical, which one has to observe or monitor. And next is pain that is due to the placement of the implant close proximity to the vital structure like nerves and vessels. It's no brainer. Everybody knows that, like if you elicite the nerves or blood vessels, it will have its complications. And bleeding from the bone and soft tissue, and at last infection. These are the complications which a dental surgeon or dentist would face. So now here I'm going to explain a classical study design for which you can use this study design for dental implantation. So if you see that the second table, there is one is treatment, one is test, treatment 2 is reference, and treatment 3 and unfilled negative control. So this could be used for anything in the mandible or maxilla. So for that, you need to first have tooth extraction 6 weeks prior to the defect. And for each type, so how many time points you will take or how many time points are there, that number of animals you can use. For example, if you have to use more animals, the number of animals will increase. That means instead of you wanted to only do the assessment till 3 months, so 2 groups, or you wanted to have more groups. So here we have done for 6 months. So 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month. So that's why for each time point, 5 animals. So prior to the defect, 6 weeks before, tooth extraction will be done. So in this study, 4 premolar teeth will be extracted, and that is minus 36 day. And day 1 will be the defect creation and implantation. And obviously, you can see the implantation matrix where the left mesial means towards the tongue. Mesial means towards the front, and distal means towards the back. Towards the mesial, around what you can say, 2 teeth are there, and towards distal 2 teeth are there. So ultimately, from this, you can use this number of treatment, and 3 treatments are being used, and it is been randomly arranged. Now, procedure. So here we have to take 4 premolars of one side. So the procedure is quite straightforward. We need to elevate the gingiva and with periosteal apparatus. And once you have elevated, the tooth socket will be disturbed with dental bar, and high speed cutter will be used for the what you can say, cutting the premolar into different parts. And once the tooth are loosened, or it loses its stability, we can use dental luxator to put and twist so that the periodontal ligament will be broken and the tooth can be taken out very easily. So once you take it, you have to clean the cavity with the normal saline chlorhexidine, and you put your test item, and then you suture with additional opposing gingival tissues. Care has to be taken that there should be proper opposition, and obviously there will be chances of losing of the test item or reference item, but that consideration or approximation one has to take. Once you do it, there are 3 time points in this study: 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month. So post that time period, you have to euthanize the animal, and then hemimandible, because one side is used for one set, will be undergoing the histopathology or histomorphological analysis. So this is the classical histopathological assessment, ISO 109936 scoring system, where you can see that all are the classical parameters which used to be taken usually in the studies. And just like first one is polymorphonucleic leukocytes, macrophages, plasmacytes, lymphocyte, giant cells, necrosis, so and so forth. So this is quite important for histology or histopathology point of view, because you need to do the safety assessment evaluation also. So this is a simple another study where you are implanting the test material in the gingiva. So there is a you can see the incision is been done. Gingiva is been reflected from tooth using periosteal elevator. Created the window with trimming, and then you are putting your test article and then suturing with the silk, and this is done bilaterally. And later this would be undergoing histopathological evaluation, and obviously the animal will be observed for clinical and other parameters, clinical signs and other parameters. So we can have any questions, or shall I move to the next? Feeding, very important question. So since animal is in the pain, and we will see in the next model that what we do if animal cannot be fed with the solid food, liquid diets. Liquid diets inform that making sure that the animal is getting the complete wholesome nutrition. Soft diets, meat chunks in the case of dogs. There are some commercially available meat chunks out there. So that could be fed to the animal, and we should monitor the animal that whether the animal is consuming. And in the toxicological studies, that parameter is there. So we have to make sure that the animal is having its feed. Yeah, so usually in wild settings, what dog uses all their teeth. But if you see in our what you can say laboratory setups and all these things, they tend to engulf. So they try to learn, they adapt to the situation very quickly. And again, we monitor the what you can say body weight in toxicological studies. You know that the feed intake, output, and body weight measurement. So based on that, we can devise a strategy that how and what we should do. Sorry, age group. It should be full-grown adult.
Normally, we notice dental issues in old age patients. So normally, you are using xylazine as a.
Yeah, there is a difference. Animal model always defined as that what you can say. You have to create the model and then do that. So here, I have explained in three just experiments. So in first experiment, just they are checking the what you can say bone regeneration capacity. So we want to have an animal who is healthy, or else it will obscure the results. So we need to go with the healthy adult animals which can have normal physiology. So that is first model. Second model is also a regulatory study where you have to ISO 7405, you have to prove that. So there also you have to have the healthy animals, healthy grown adult animals. And the last one, same, we need to use healthy animals because we need to demonstrate that test versus reference. So I think.
Humans. Okay, you are testing in normal adult animal, and are you not running the risk of failure in this thing? Is it? I mean, do you think so?
There are different type of studies, pilot studies, proof of concept studies. So our clients sometimes comes to us with a proof of concept, or sometime regulatory, or sometime they wanted to have confidence to take it to the next level. So that's why these type of studies we have to do. However, we do agree that it has a risk to further, but their aim at that time is to check just the bone regeneration, not complete package. I need to see that folder.
Sir, can you throw some light on the number of animals you have used in different ones? Now,
I'm not able to get from where the voice is coming.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
Irfan is here.
Irfan. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, one of the slides you mentioned about
Yeah.
the study design,
Yeah.
where the number of animals you have used.
Yeah.
Can you throw some light on
Yes.
what basis you have taken?
Actually, it's about like in one group, here the experimental unit is not the animal, it's the site. Does it make sense? So if the experimental unit is the site, you should have enough number of sites to compare. And again, the comparison should be done in one animal only, because it's a powerful design. If you compare that to another animal, so then it will be the physiology is different, for may have difference to different. So sometime if you have more experimental units, you need to have more animals. For example, 3 is classically used, and we know that 6 also used. 3 used in the non-rodents, and for 6 is experimental unit or standard design. Here, each time point should have that number of animals. That means if you are sacrificing animal at the post 1 month, so 1 month post, you should have that number of animals with you. So in that way, you should increase the animal. For example, if in this case we had intermediate sacrifice 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, if we have been asked to do till 90 days, that means 1 month and 3 months, I will take only 5 plus 5 and 2 animals spare, so 12 animals. Instead of here, I have used 17 animals because I have 3 time points, 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, and spare 2 animals. Thank you. Next is peripheral vascular stents, that is also self-expanding. We know that there are 3 types of peripheral stent, balloon expandable stent and self-expandable stent system. And third one is covered stent. That means it's self-explanatory. Balloon expandable stent, what it does, it swells, or it what you can say, expand the stent under the influence of balloon. And self-expanding stent has a configuration where, if you can see the tip, it is been so restricted. Once the sheath is going backwards, it will attain its normal structure. Both has advantage and disadvantages. Balloon expandable stent has radial configuration is more good than the what you can say self-expandable. That means in balloon expandable stent, you can attain a certain diameter with a reference of ballooning. However, in self-expanding stent, the diameter is fixed. So with that respect, you need to use the different stent for different modalities. And the third one is a covered stent, which is used for the calcified veins, where you see that there is a hemorrhage due to the calcification or something, where the stent will have over and above, it will have cover that will arrest the hemorrhage or so. So each stent is being used for different type of modalities. In this study, we have used 6 animals, and we have used superficial femoral artery, right, and deep femoral artery, right and left. So you can see that test item and the reference item has been implanted at the designated arteries, and we have done the study. So the procedure. So day 0, 2 groups of 3 animals, that is of day 28 and 90 days, corresponding to the 2 different time points we have taken. So anticoagulant therapy will start 300 mg per animal for 3 days. So for the clopidogrel, and from day 1 to sacrifice, it will be aspirin will be reduced to the 100 mg per animal, and the animals will be fasted, obviously. And preemptive analgesia will be performed in form of tramadol 2 mg per kg intramuscular, and pre-anesthetic will be administered atropine at the dose level of 0.2 mg per kg IV, and anesthesia will be induced with ketamine. Pre-medication done will be xylazine. And propofol will be used to induce, and it will be maintained by isoflurane 1 to 3% through face mask. Here we will be using percutaneous Seldinger method through the neck region, and carotid artery will be approached and 9 French sheath will be placed. And during this process, we need to make sure that heparin treatment, that is 80 to 120 international unit per animal, per kg, and you need to make activated clotting time between 250 to 550 seconds on the procedural day. Again, during this procedure itself, a stiff guide wire will be used and test and reference will be implanted after quantitative vascular angiography. That means baseline readings will be taken. And in this study, at the discretion of interventionist, he has put, rather than following the what you can say random design or randomization, and post day 28, day 90, again, the stented arteries are harvested after euthanizing the animal, and then resin embedding is being done with Technovit kit embedding, and then tissue cutting, polishing, and staining with H&E stain. So quantitative vessel analysis. It is nothing but once you deploy your stunt, there are angiography, and then due to angiographical analysis, angiography, you will take analysis of the occluded or the diseased vein or vessel. That means you have, if you have stenosis, stenosis is always expressed in the percentage. So stenosis can be explained when we express in the percentage. Proximal diameter and the distal diameter is taken of the diseased artery. That means there will be less diameter of the artery, and then average will be taken of proximal and distal diameter. That will be average diameter, and then that will be used for minimal luminal diameter, and percentage will be calculated. So here all this has been done. It is self-explanatory, and percentage stenosis diameter is being calculated, and everything is being done by Philips Azurian software. Again, it comprises of histopathological evaluation of stented arteries, inflammation. So you can see that 0 being no, and 3 like being more than 10 inflammatory cells surrounding the tissues. Vascular injury was also scored, and 0 being no injury and 3 being perforated. Smooth muscle cell loss as 0 being no loss and 4 marked loss. Similarly, fibrin deposition was scored, morphometric measurements were calculated, luminal area, internal elastic lamina, external elastic lamina, and medial area was being calculated with self-explanatory formulas. And endothelial loss was also scored, 0 being none and 4 is marked loss. Result. So in this, we have seen that there is no clinical concern throughout the entire study. There was no decreased body weight. There were no concern about biochemical hematological data. And the ease of deployment was good. No stenosis or early lumen loss. And a statistical analysis showed that while vascular injury score for enoma was significantly higher at 28 days and 90 days for both, there was no statistical difference in various tissue level markers like inflammation. So this is a angiographic assessment for the stent integrity. That means once you put the stent, you can see that the stent in angiography very clearly, and it is intact. This is QVA. So here you can see that stenosis diameter is being calculated in terms of percentage, and it is well explained. So I have just put the baseline and the post 90. Earlier was baseline and post 28 day. These are the images of explanted stents, all from one animal, superficial artery to deep artery. Here you can see the overall, the test and reference showed inflammatory efficacy in the surrounding tissue. You can see that the inflammatory cells, and there was no smooth muscle cell loss for the test and reference items. Conclusion, it was revealed that test item vascular self-expandable stent delivery system has shown ease in deployment, and test item is at par post 28 day and 90 day. So this is the video. I think it will start. So it's available on YouTube. So you can see that there is a angiography of pre-implant in order to assess the diameter, because we need to know where to implant specifically, because these are stent has limited or fixed diameter. So it is very important wherever you are keeping that diameter, early vessel analysis has to be done. And it has to be intact, or at least the stent should be big. This is the section of strut. You can see the strut very clearly. Inflammatory cells surrounding the strut. And it has been done by Eclamp software. So last topic is gastroscopy. But before that, if I can take questions if you have, or else we will take at the end. Okay. So this is performance evaluation of gastroscopy device in porcine model. This comprises of scope. What happened? All right. Okay. So this is a scope or gastroscopy device which has a distal tip. It comprises of objective lens, light guide lenses, nozzle, insufflation nozzle, and many parts which helps this device to maneuver in the body. So animal preparation, classically for this type of procedures, animals are fasted for 48 hours. And during this time, you can give the animals electrolytes, glucose or protein supplements as a liquid diets. And once you are sure that you don't have any of the residue or what you can say gastric material in the GI tract, you can proceed for the procedure. However, this procedure is quite intensive if you wanted to go to the intestine level. But here only, what you can say, till the stomach only the scope went, or scope just evaluated till the stomach. So that's why we followed around 12 to 24 hours of fasting. However, if you wanted to go beyond that, you need to do extensive fasting. So preemptive analgesia again with tramadol, anticholinergic drug atropine 0.2 mg per kg intramuscular, pre-anesthetics, or that is by xylazine, and induction is by ketamine, and maintenance by isoflurane. And suppose if you see that the animal is getting awake, you can give propofol as 0.5 mg per kg intravenously. So during all this procedure, you will record ECG, respiratory rate, heart rate, oxygen saturation, everything continuously throughout the procedure. That will help us to monitor the animal, and you can titrate the anesthesia accordingly. Performing endoscopy specifically for in the porcine. So some important points. So porcine esophagus is on average 10 centimeter longer than the human. They have a tighter J curve. The overtube which we will be using design having spiral coils which prevents the kinking. That means it will go to the mouth or stomach very easily. And there is a bite block which usually used to keep it in the pig's mouth so that it will fit as such. And overtubes are generally 45 to 54 French of 15 to 18 diameter. And sometime in order to see, we need to do the air insufflation. So that means sometimes some contents may stick to the lens. In order to remove that, we may have different strategies. Air insufflation is sometimes used, but it should not have more than 8 mm of Hg, because this can have vagal response and result in the cardiac arrest. Insufflation we have to do slowly and judicially, rather than just continuously administering the air. And they have pharyngeal diverticulum. So that means you need to be very gentle with the ease of passing the endoscopy, or else it can lead to pharyngeal perforation. Suppose if you wanted to arrest or slow down the peristalsis, you can give glucagon. So that is for the small intestine, not for gastric or esophagus. And scope has to be advanced judicially, and it should cover all the structures of the stomach, because once you pass the once you enter into the stomach, it has a curve. So usually the surgeon or the individual who uses it, they performs a special maneuver by which the tube endoscope will turn and see the portion where it is not going straight fully. So it forms like a J shape at the tip or the region where the endoscope is entering into the stomach. And intubation of pylorus can be difficult because of extreme J shape of the stomach. So the interventionist has to take special care while performing that maneuver. So this was the test article, and Olympus was the reference article. Animal was placed on the ventral recumbency, esophageal intubation was done, and gastroscopy probe was inserted, and all the segmental exploration was performed. And radiographic confirmation was also done for different type of maneuverabilities, like quality of vision, ease of insertion, and so forth. So test and reference were used to evaluate the performance of test item based on the baseline scoring of the reference item. And imaging of the esophagus from the entering through the buccal cavity to the esophagus and further to gastric region under the fluoroscopic guidance was done with confirmation of fluoroscopic imaging. So that I will demonstrate in the picture. So some images. So you can see that fluoroscopy is done. So how the gastroscopy is entering into the esophageal opening of reference item and of the test item. Similarly for mid-esophagus opening and for reference and test. So fluoroscopic imaging was done to make sure, demonstrate that both are equivalent. And stomach opening of reference and test item. Here, imaging very clearly of esophageal opening of reference item, which is Olympus. And for the test item, both have shown similar clarities, same what you can say pixelation, or what you can say same strength. Here you can see the mid esophageal opening of reference item and test item, and stomach opening for reference and test. So both has similar capabilities. So now there is a scoring with scope buttons. Scope buttons, how they are functionality, response, suction pump, angulation, scope interface, and its insertion, ease of use. And scope connectivity, that means mechanical clipping, stability, scope detection, external interference interface like USB devices, how it can be club monitor, how it can be connected, and all touch screen interface interaction like latency and sensitivity. And these are software and system stability evaluation, which usually they do. So user interface, scope buttons, pre-freeze, image save, video save, appearance settings, patient details, and stability. So similarly for the image quality evaluation, how would be the general image quality, whether it is brightness, contrast, noise, illumination control, sharpness resolution, and color rendering, pre-freeze image and video save, and video rendering. So in conclusion, it was found out that test item for mechanical handling, video processing, and software system stability and image quality revealed that the test item was at par in terms of performance as compared to the reference item. Hence, the test item could be used for the gastroscopic evaluation in the clinical setting. So I'll just show the video. So you can see that scope is being inserted, and this is of Olympus. So he does special maneuver with scope buttons. That means the lens, distal lens should not stick to the wall, or even if it has some secretion attached to the lens, it has to be cleared strategically. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anup. It's a very informative and technical session. So I request to our president, Dr. English sir, please come to the stage. Dr. Anup sir, please come to the stage. I request you to Dr. English sir to deliver the memento as a gratitude. Yes. So I request to all, there is a tea arrangement at the food court. So now there is a tea break for 15 minutes. So I request to all, please have a tea. Thank you.
कुछ बोलना चाहते?
we have to test them in a preclinical setting, we should always consider that the preclinical test system should always be a healthy system. And because of the deployment, if something is happening at the local tissue level, that we are assessing such studies. So in the coronary stents or drug-eluting stents, these devices are meant for repairing the atherosclerotic lesion or stenosis that has happened out of the salinity or out of a bad lifestyle or out of some genetic diseases. And these diseases cause stenosis in the coronary arteries, and it causes obstruction to the myocardial tissue of the heart, that is called myocardial infarction. So when the myocardial infarction starts to happen, the patient shows different symptoms. Those symptoms are called TIMI symptoms. So these TIMI symptoms, when the patient shows, then the cardiologist or the interventionist advises the patient to go for a stenting to get rid of the cardiac shocks or later the fatality situations. So coronary stents are meant for opening up the lumen of the coronary arteries. It's just a coil or a pipe, a perforated pipe that is meant for opening up of the lumen of the artery. The lumen of the normal artery has to pass the blood flow at particular speed or at particular volume. If that volume is not delivered to the myocardial tissue, then myocardium starts dying and you get myocardial infarction sort of situations. So that's why coronary stents are meant for. And before it goes to the market or before it comes to a clinician in the hospital setup, the coronary stent goes through a lot of studies, biocompatibility to all the in vitro studies also. And the last stage is to test it in the animal model, where the animal model has to be selected in such a way that it is simulating the human system. So porcine model is selected here, and in this model, generally nowadays all the drug-eluting stents are coming up for testing because the bare metal stents era has gone. The bioresorbable stents has got some problems in the clinical settings. That's why none of the company is working on the bioresorbable stents. I would be speaking here for the metallic stent with a drug-eluting property. So what do we generally do in the functional safety assessment of the drug-eluting stent or a coronary stent? So functional safety means it has got two components here. First, it has to prove its functionality. That means it has to show the opening of the lumen, and it has to stay in a healthy condition throughout the period of the testing. Here what we do, different time points are selected here for different stunts. Like I would be speaking only up to 1 month of follow-up study. So in this setup, we generally go for up to 28 days. That is a first step. And then subsequently, the stunts can be tested for longer durations also. So what do we exactly do on day 0 is like an animal preparation. I won't go into nitty-gritties of how do we prepare the animal. Dr. Anup has already described it very extensively. That, but still I would say that animal maintenance means before day 0 also, there are some activities that we need to follow for the animals. So we start DAPT treatment. That is sort of an acclimation of the test system for the coronary stent deployment. And in DAPT treatment, we generally give the blood thinner as aspirin, clopidogrels. Sometimes heparin is also advised in the test item that is going for the procedure after 3 or 4 days. So this is before the day 0 or day 1 activity starts. We make sure that the blood is properly thinned with the dose of the aspirin and clopidogrel. And then on day 0, we prepare the animal. We induce the anesthesia with induction drugs like xylazine, ketamine, atropine is also given. Once the animal is knocked down, then the endotracheal intubation is done. And after endotracheal intubation is done, we see the animal is properly in the deep surgical plane of anesthesia. And then we start, either we can do a surgical cut down, but nowadays it's all minimally invasive surgery that we are doing. We are passing the guide catheters, guide wires through the needle puncture only. So the second step is like, surgically cut down, or you can do a Seldinger method process to put the guide wire inside, then the sheath insertion as a doorway for all the, navigating guide catheters or diagnostic catheters to go up to the heart level. And then baseline angiography is done. In the earlier model, we have done a QVA. Now in the coronary stents, we have to call it a QCA, quantitative coronary analysis. And then sometimes the baseline, if you have a OCT, you can do a OCT also, because it gives a more clarity than the angiographic assessment. Then the test and control or test atom is implanted into the coronary artery. And post implantation, again, we have to do a angiography in order to see that the deployment process has not caused any sort of stenosis or any lesion inside the animal body. So as the sir was mentioning that tried to put a stent into a dog and then it was bleeding. So basically, sir, I would say that it's a navigation process. Sometimes we have to select our guide wires. If you are selecting a braided guide wire, you would see these hemorrhagic situations. But if you are using turmo or soft guide wires which have very smooth finishing, you would not get the bleeding there. So PTCA guide wires are very important. Some small nitty-gritties are there which I forget to tell here. Please please ask me how do we go for that. But in the video, it would be very properly explained. So post implantation, we have to do an angiography. We have to make sure that the deployment process has not caused any defect into the implanted size, and then we do a follow-up angiography after some time. Let's say if it is a bioresorbable stent, we have to wait till 2 hours. If it is a metal stent, we do it after half an hour or 1 hour. Then again on 14th day, you have to do a follow-up angiography. So again, same procedure is there for the knockdown of the animal, putting it on, instrumenting it on the cath lab, and then putting a Seldinger method introducer sheath, placing all the guide wires inside, sending the angiographic contrast, and getting the image done through the fluoroscopy. Here we have to take care that if you see some lesions there out of deployment process that you see later at the day 14, which was not there on day 0, in that case, that animal has to go for resuscitation sort of reparative processes that may lead to some sort of ballooning, or you may put one more stunt over the stunt there. If nothing happens, animal is again sent back to the monitoring room. Cage side observations are taken until day 28. Again on day 28, we put the introducer sheath inside, take an angiography, and after that the animal is euthanized to harvest heart. So we have to harvest the arteries there, and we have to send them for the histopathology. Now, what do we do when we do angiography? So TIMI evaluation is something like, it's called thrombolysis in myocardial infarction. So we do a quantitative analysis, a QCA, and it is done pre-implantation and post-implantation, so as to come up with an early lumen loss sort of parameters. Follow-up angiograms would tell you how much was the stunt to artery ratio, and then how much is your minimal luminal diameter that is after post implantation. So these parameters are important because you have to make sure that after you do histopathology, these parameters match to the histopathological morphometric analysis. So when we do morphometric analysis in histopathology, that together with the angiographic evaluation, both the settings should match. So 5 to 7% of the angiographic error is considered as normal. Then we go for, seeing a restenosis, diameter restenosis sort of situations where restenosis is always called as SAR. It is stunt related restenosis. So in this situation, it is not a disease sort of situation, but this situation has come up due to the deployment process of the stunt. I'm not saying that it's a faulty deployment. It's the stunt's inherited property that those typical type of stunts would cause these, restenosis. So basic aim of this study is to see how much the stunt deployment process of this particular stunt cause, restenosis. It may be a drug effect that is, coated on the stunt. It may be the stunt material or metal that is causing, or sometimes when you use the bioresorbable stunts, the material that is used, either PLLA or magnesium, tungsten sort of, alloys, these material would cause some sort of, these lesions. How do we do TIMI analysis? Now, the TIMI analysis is nothing but an antegrade flow. When you have a artery and when you are passing your contrast through the artery here, how does the flow of the contrast flows with the blood? So if this is a stunted artery, from this stunted artery, if the blood is flowing, how does that flow reaches towards brain? That is called antegrade. To of the brain, it is called retrograde. So antegrade flow has to be, assessed here, and there are scoring. So if it is, flowing beyond the before the stunt deployment, deployed area, that is called, only 0. Further down the stunt, it is not, flowing. That's why it is called 0 scoring of the TIMI. Then TIMI 1 flow is like, penetration perfusion, refers to the very faint, sort of, you can guess that when you see a very proper flow of the contrast to the blood, it is very dark red, black. And when it is very faint, that is called an grade 1 sort of, perfusion. So you have to score your perfusion through the artery, the stunted artery, based on how does your contrast is seen into the angiography. And yes, TIMI 3 flow is a complete perfusion, is a normal flow, which flows down the vessel till the end of the artery. This is a angiographic, QCA that we do. You can see here, this is not a spider view. The first one is left coronary artery. You can see LAD and circumflex artery here. And the marked area is the target site for the stunt implantation. So you have to see which diagonal branches you are putting your stunt. And these are the markers for your stunt deployment. And before stunt deployment and post stunt deployment, this activity has to be done. That's called pre and post angiographic evaluation. And the inbuilt software of the machine gives you the expected diameter. The expected diameter before the stunt deployment would give you an idea of how big the stunt should be. If it is like 2 mm, you should select a stunt of 2.2 mm diameter. And the length should be, judged based on the target site. This is a complementary exercise that nowadays many companies are asking to go with the angiographic evaluation. You have to do an OCT also. So optical coherence tomography gives you a very clear picture of the lumen of the artery. It's like the truck is moving through the tunnel and it is taking a videography, and it gives you a proper imaging of the branches also. So if you need to gel your stunt, gelling is nothing but putting a stunt across the door also, so that the branches are not affected. So if you need to gel your stunt, the OCT gives you a proper idea where you need to put your stunt. The basic importance of doing OCT post deployment is to come up with a fault in the deployment process. Like when we do angiography is a 2-dimensional process. So this activity computes from itself, from the software, a three-dimensional view of the artery. So when we get a three-dimensional view of the artery, we don't always get a very clear picture whether it is, the stent is deployed properly or it is opposing the walls of the artery. That's where the OCT plays an important role, because the OCT fiber is running through the artery. Surrounding is the stent and the lumen of the artery, and it gives you a very clear picture whether your stent is opposing to the walls of the artery or not. And hence we can, take a call whether we have to send one more balloon inside to oppose the stent to the walls, because unless the stent is opposing the walls, the endothelialization won't happen, and it would cause more damage to the wall of the artery, and you would get stent related restenotic lesions. So most important point here to discuss is, apart from the model nitty-gritties, is animal care. So first of all, before the day zero activity starts, you have to select the animal in such a way that it is very free from any circulatory disease, and then you start a proper blood thinning process, a DAPT treatment. It's a dual antiplatelet therapy, which comprises of aspirin and clopidogrel. Most of the people go for this. Sometimes people also go for the enoxaparin or heparin doses. So it starts 4 to 5 days before the procedure starts. Then on the day of the surgery, knocking down of the animal, putting the endotracheal intubation. Yeah, here also somewhere, most of the time it is very easy to go for the endotracheal intubation and making a closed circuit of the inhalation anesthesia. But sometimes, as the animal sensitivity differs from animal to animal for the induction anesthesia, the reflexes of the epiglottis are not gone, and there you have to use paralytics. So I mean, we came up with a very short-acting paralytics, succinylcholine we can use instead of vetcuranium sort of drugs, which would have long paralytic effect. Once the glottis reflexes are gone, then you can put the intubation. Intubation also needs to be properly checked that the isoflurane gas is not giving a regurgitation sort of outflow. And once it is properly placed, then you can place the animal on the table, and with a continuous 1 to 3% isoflurane, you see that the deep surgical plane of anesthesia is achieved. And after that, you start the other processes like cleaning the animal for the surgical side, then putting some patches. We have to put the ECG patches. We have to put, if thermocautery use, we have to shave that area also. So all these preparations starts after having a closed circuit anesthesia and a deep surgical plane. During the procedures, you have to be very careful that despite we are giving a DAPT treatment to the animal, the proper blood thinning is not achieved. So in between, you have to take the ACT values. The clotting time determines the smooth introductions of all these navigating instruments, like right from the introducer sheath, the guide catheter, the diagnostic catheters, and the deployment delivery system. So when we take the baseline ACT, in case of pigs, it is around 90 to 100. We have to make sure that with the heparinization, it should reach about 2.5 times than the baseline. So we have to do the heparinization, and generally first bolus dose is given at 100 IU per kg of the animal, and then after that you have to keep it titrating based on the ACT values. In between, if you need to have if the animal is waking because of high metabolic rate and all that, you can keep ready some propofol to give as a bolus dose. Sometimes a doctor gives around 5 mg, I give around 10 mg because it lasts a little bit longer. So propofol can also be given. Atropine doses can be kept handy for any cardiac resuscitation situations where you see that bradycardia is happening. So we take around standard human bradycardic situation is around 45 beats. below the 45 beats, it is a bradycardic situation. So atropine has to be given. If in case you see a tachycardia, you have to keep the lignocaine handy. And of course, some inotropes have to be always there to take care of the cardiac arrest. NTGs, nitroglycerins, should be kept handy for any situation where there is a vascular spasm. In case of arrhythmia, if you see in the very beginning that the animal heartbeats are not very normal, and you're getting abnormal ECGs, in that case you can keep the amiodarone ready. That keeps the animal stable. So these are some of the drugs that any vascular interventionist is having handy on table whenever he is doing any interventional deployment of the device, like cardiac stents. Post-operative, not limited to only giving antibiotics or painkillers. Here, generally we use only very minimally invasive procedure. So the needle prick or needle puncture doesn't cause that much of pain. It gets relieved within 1 day. But if you are going for an exposure, generally we go for 2 to 3 days of the analgesia to be maintained to the animal. And in this case, on day 0, if we are using morphine like drugs, buprenorphine or other morphine drugs, you should restrict that to on day 1 only, because after day 1 you should use most probably NSAIDs are advised. And yes, in case if you see that some of the animals are showing seizures or some sort of cerebral dysfunction sort of case side observations, you should always keep the NTG ready there in case some embolization goes to the cerebrum or cerebellum. It may cause cerebral shock. So NTGs help in case of the animals where you see the hysteric signs. So these are all the post-operative cares that we should take. Apart from that, animal would not tell you that I am having TMI symptoms. Like in humans, you always show TMI symptoms that my back, there is a pain in back, there is a pain in left hand, and I'm having giddiness sort of. So a veterinarian's role here is very important for the cage side observation. There is no such, holy book which would tell you that these symptoms you have to be, taken into account while the animal is implanted with the cardiac stent and all that. It all comes with the experience. So as none of the ethnograph or none of the Melbourne system will tell you that this system has to be followed for, cage side observation. You have to come up with your own scale. But yes, of course, in some regulatory studies, you have to follow the regulatory guidelines to do the case side observations. So on on 28th day in this model, we had sacrificed the animal and collected heart, and then the coronary arteries implanted with the test article were explanted. And after explanting, you have to see that you properly perfuse the artery. I think most of the pathologists know this, that once it is necropsied, after that you have to perfuse it properly with the saline to get rid of the clotting that has happened due to euthanasia. And then once the digital images have been taken, the tissue has to be processed for the histopathology. Now, as it is discussed in the earlier, model, what Dr. Anup has explained, how do we go for the histopathological evaluation? So I would briefly put it that we have to target on the luminal stenosis that was caused due to the deployment process. And how do we do that? There is a standard guideline, there are papers, and when we do these experiments for the regulatory submissions, there is a guideline called 225, ISO 225, which tells you that how you should do the stent implantation or vascular implantation devices, and how do you go for the histoprocessing and evaluation of the histological abnormalities in the stented region or in the stented vessel. So here we've gone for the, luminal stenosis, percentage luminal stenosis. Then the scoring system, as is already described, scoring system from 0 to 3 is followed. Then vascular injury is a very important parameter, and it's not been in the guidelines, but the earlier literatures were followed by all the sponsors or all the companies whosoever is making a coronary stent. So we generally follow Schwartz for the vascular injury. Then again, for the fibrin deposition as a semi-quantitative, assessment, we follow Suzuki, and it's also 0 to 3 scoring system for the deposition of the fibrin material or a fibrosis, how much percentage it is there. That is assessed through this score. Now, as compared to the peripheral arteries, these arteries are very small. As the peripheral arteries go around, from 5 to 6 mm in diameter. These arteries are around, 2 to 3 mm in diameter. And these are the photographs of the histo images. You can see there is a control, there is a test article, and how does it behave on day 14 and day 28 in terms of the inflammation. So in terms of the assessment of the test article, where it is compared to the control article, you have to come at par, not beyond control article, which is already having some data in the public domain for its safety, and that's how you come up with a assessment of the coronary stent, how it is behaving in terms of deployment process, whether it is causing any luminal lesions in the coronary arteries. So that's all for the presentation. I would go for a video here, a very short video. So generally you have to take, at least 2 to 3 angulations. These are called orientations when you do angiography of heart, whether it is baseline or post-deployment. The procedure shown here is like percutaneous entry from the femoral artery all the way to the heart, and it's like collective events of all the deployment process, right from the baseline angiography till the post-deployment angiography. This is a sort of a spider view of the left coronary artery. This is the right coronary artery. So this is a balloon inflated stent. And you can see that inflation because the contrast goes into the balloon. This is without contrast, taking image of the stent. And this is post-deployment angiography. You can see a very nice, post-deployment angiography. and this can be scored as 3 score, where there is a proper flow of the contrast till the end of the artery. Yeah, now open to questions. If anybody has questions of this procedure. Yes, sir. So OCT doesn't need a dye. If you have to co-register with angiography, then like if you had seen in the video, there are 2 screens which are showing the OCT. One screen would show you angiographic image, and the OCT machine is connected to the other screen. So side by side, you can compare these. When the OCT is done, at that time, the other person who's doing the angiography has to synchronize the time. So you do OCT together with the angiography is always better, because you would know that your fiber is coming from which end to which end and what is the angiographic evaluation at that. And then you can compare. In case of the branchings that you see in the angiography, that you can compare with the OCT.
Okay. Second question, whenever we put the stent, normally RBC start flowing from that area. Do you notice any fibrin formation at the age of around 15 days, 20 days, 28 days? Any clot formations?
See, we always do experiments in naive animals. So if you're talking about the animal that is coming to your clinic as a disease situation, in that case it would differ. We would not see these fibrin deposition if the stunt material is very good, deployment process is very proper, and you have taken care of the ballooning in case of you seeing any improper deployment or improper position of the stunt to the walls.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes.
But in a human patient, when the patient shows the symptoms of operation theater.
Hello.
Patient is directly taken to the operation theater and then perform for angioplasty.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get this preparatory period. How they cope up with this situation?
No, in clinical setup, because you have to see, if you see the guidelines, within 15 minutes, the patient should reach to the hospital. And within next 30 minutes, the baseline angiography has to be done, because that's a very, critical situation where you have to save the patient. Now here, the aim is different. Here we are not, saving the patient. Here we are testing the test device, and to test device, whatever, interventions you need to do, those interventions have to be done in a proper way without causing any damage out of our procedure. So that's why we are giving this DAPT. Yes, in clinical setups, after the deployment, if you see, every patient is under aspirin or clopidogrel or tocagrel sort of drugs. So that's how we have to see this. But yes, most of the trials that go in a clinical setup in a phase 1, where they use a healthy human being, they have to go for a DAPT treatment there. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thanks. Yes, sir. Yes. See, it's a similar process. Wherever you see, okay, there are situations where the distal end or the proximal end of the stunt is touching the branching area. Sometimes what I have seen one case where the whole stunt went into the branch. So in that case, you have to do a stunt into stunt so that this stunt can be straightened. But that again, depends on the need. If your artery is really compromised, you should first go for ballooning, crush the lesion. If it is a mineralized lesion, use a very hard, balloon. There are different types of balloons, soft to hard, and then you go for, stunting procedure if it is needed. Otherwise, most of the cases we see that ballooning is sufficient to crush the lesion.
Okay, but that small ballooning, while doing ballooning, the small crush segment, can that go to the brain and can cause further damages? Not a healthy patient.
That's what the ballooning has to be done with the suction, because whenever you are doing ballooning, the guide catheter that is taking the balloon inside has a orifice there, just distal to the balloon, or just proximal. If the balloon is coming down, then it is proximal end. At that time you have to give a quick suction there.
Something like a thrombus crush.
That's what. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm Pradeep from NIN.
Yes, Pradeep.
It's a very good presentation.
Thank you.
One quick question, while washing the stents, the clots to be removed, right? So how do you take care that the fibrins are not removed while washing?
No, that's what. See, if it is a lesion there, it would not get washed away with the perfusion of the saline. Why do we do perfusion of the stunted artery with the saline? That we should not get confused with the blood clot that has happened because of the euthanasia. See, generally, our process is like when we euthanize the animal, we give a 10K dose of heparin, so that proper bleeding happens and there is no clotting of the blood in the harvested arteries. So, but still then, after that, when you are washing the artery, you have to be very, gentle in pushing the, it should not be very, high pressure pushing of the saline into the arteries.
Second question, sir. Do you do the same stuff in a rabbit model? And if yes, then vagal stimulation also causes deaths in rabbits sometimes. So how do you take it?
So rabbit model is something that I would not propose, because in rabbit model, we have to define our aim. If you are going for the pharmacokinetic study, of course, some of the stunts are coming up with very little drug coated on the stunt. So that cannot be detected in porcine model because of the volume. So only in that case you should go for the rabbit models. But again, deploy them into the coronary arteries would not be even accepted by the regulatory authorities, because regulatory authorities would always see that you are using a simulated model as that of the human settings.
Do you ever use the vasodilator?
We have to use. NTG is always used, because see, the moment you put any foreign material into the arteries or any vasculature, you would see spasmodic effect of the vessels. So even for the introduction of the sheath into the femoral artery, we have to give some vasodilators there. Yes. Shall we move to next presentation?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It was nice presentation.
Thanks, sir.
As you said, the regulatory authorities, when you submit the data, so what are the requirements from them having the either GLP or the NABL or ISO? I mean, in terms of what standards you follow?
Sir, there is an ISO guideline that has to be followed for the safety assessment or the functional safety assessment of the coronary stents. Every device has got different guideline. Okay.
Not like,
it is not universal that one guideline is applied to every device. So for stent or the vascular devices, there is a different guideline. For the implantable cardiac devices, there are different guidelines, ISO guidelines. In case if the ISO guideline is not present, still then most of the sponsors would go for pre-discussions with the FDA. And then FDA would tell them that, okay, you go for this model and we want the data up to this. If you would go for the ECMO pumps, you would not find any guideline given by FDA to test the ECMO pumps in porcine model or in ovine model or in any other animal model. But then still sponsors, when they put their 510K package to the regulatory body, the regulatory body would ask them where is the animal study. In that, only biocompatibility study red tape is not sufficient. So they would ask you, you go for this type of studies, and there it becomes a guideline for you.
So when you say like FDA doesn't have such kind of guidelines, is it that they have not, I mean, included the?
No, there is guideline for every device. There is guideline for every device. Like I said, we follow ISO 225 for coronary stent. Similarly, there is other guideline for other implantable devices where it is given as a guideline, but not necessarily that is complete guideline. So I mean, I always suggest to the sponsors that you go for sort of in a proactive way, that you're going to submit a study to the FDA, or going to submit the package, the complete package, to the FDA. And these are the points here that we are going to submit. There are various agencies who have people from FDA, they guide for such, because they have gone through these packages, and they also suggest. So apart from already existing guidelines, sponsor or manufacturer should always have a dialogue with the FDA or regulatory agencies. In case of Indian scenario, it's SEDESCO. So we should always go for the discussions with SEDESCO that we are presenting this, device documentation for the submission, and just guide us if.
Thank you for this.
Thanks, sir. Thanks.
One question.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
One question I have. Yeah.
Sir.
It's related to earlier one.
Yes.
What are the most cardiovascular challenges you have encountered while you implanting or expanding the stents with regard to the Indian and other countries' stents?
So wherever it is coming from the Indian make, it is always in the plan. It is always one predicate device is there from the other countries, maybe from the US country. So before this also, when Dr. Anup presented the study, he said it behaved on par with the predicate device. If it is not behaving on par with the predicate device, then that would go. But it is nothing to do with the make in India or make in outside. It is all dependent on the process, how and the material that you are using, and proper coating of drug or improper coating of the drug. So there are various factors, but I can tell you that for last 5-6 years or maybe a last complete decade, we have evolved a lot in medical devices. So we should be proud of that, that we are not only on par with the foreign market, we are above that. You know, most of the Philips devices, all the cath lab instruments are made in India. I didn't know this. For last 20 years, it's been made in Pune, and it goes to Netherlands and then comes back to India. So it has nothing to do with the local Indian make or made in US or somewhere from.
And is there any specific regulatory guidelines in choosing the animal's gender, male or female?
So that's what FDA says, that you have to do a few exploratory studies first, and then you have to test in both the male as well as in females.
What is the ratio you have chosen, or you have just tried so far in the majority of the gender, male porcelain or female porcelain?
That again depends how you are comfortable with. If you ask me personally, I would say yes, I would use females, because males are very aggressive to manage after in the cage side observations. So that's a typical observation of every veterinarian that you would ask. But then regulatory wise, we have to keep the genders equal in a study where it is going to be submitted to the regulatory agencies.
Any differences will be there in male and female when you do like that, more concentrating on the female population?
See, basically, when we speak about the devices, we have to only consider the morphometry of the vasculature, apart from the other physiological differences. So it doesn't matter if it is male or if it is female. Yes, in case of the ergonomicity, if you would ask me, when I go for the deployment process, it takes about 2 hours. In 2 to 3 hours, if I want to keep the catheter in the bladder, yes, it is difficult in males. It is very easy in females. So that is some sort of ergonomicity that we find comfortable with females. As you all the veterinarians may be knowing that it's very difficult to put a catheter in the male to have proper urine output throughout the procedure, because they've been supplied with fluid therapy and all that. You can't expect the bladder is getting overflowing.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, the next model that I'm going to discuss is a combinational, testing platform for the dialysis machines, as well as a machine that detects a needle dislodgement. So I'm confident that everyone knows what is dialysis, why do we do dialysis, and all that. So in dialysis, the patient that is going to clinic has to put a cannula, and it has to be a two-way cannula, that if the blood is taken from the vein, after clarification through the dialysis machine, it has to go back to the circulation. But this is a common finding of all the clinics throughout US, where the patient is hospitalized and the patient often suffers through needle dislodgement um, uh, situations where almost 500 to 1000 ml of blood gets out of the body until the patient realizes or the attending nurse realizes this. So there are devices which are like wristwatch sort of devices, which would be put onto the cannulated hand, and then the device would detect whether the needle is getting dislodged or not. So once the needle is getting dislodged, the system gives alarm. The dialysis, if it is under dialysis, if the patient is under dialysis, then the machine also stops. So these are the advantages of having a needle dislodgement device. And this device was tested in the porcine model. We had a few challenges because in porcine model, every time if you want to go for weekly 3 sessions of the dialysis, you don't have sufficient vasculature to again and again put the cannulas there and run the dialysis. So you have to come up with a system where there is a permanent solution, that you keep on puncturing that vessel and it doesn't get collapsed. So this model speaks about arteriovenous graft, and why it is needed. I have already explained that we have to put the subject under alternate days sort of dialysis sessions of 6 hours or 4 hours or 2 hours. In that, you cannot use the vessels again and again with the cannula. So this is a functional safety evaluation of a venous needle dislodgement VND device, detecting device. And it involved some sort of preparation where we had created a fistula, arteriovenous fistula. The fistula was created in between the jugular vein and the carotid artery. Yeah. So when you create a fistula in between the artery and vein, you need to wait for at least some time for 10 to 15 days so that the fistula gets matured. Now, what do we mean by maturation here? We need to see that the same thumping or same pressure of the artery develops into the venous site also. So that in case if you want to put the needle in the same graft, we get both the situations of arterial as well as venous lines. And hence, after putting this graft, we had to see that the fistula gets matured in 15 days. And after that, we did the sessions for the vascular vessel needle dislodgement and did the dialysis. So the fistula was done in 2 peaks, and 3 to 4 weeks of maturation was given. Fistula got matured in 14 days only. But as the protocol said, for the complete healing of the surgical process, we had to wait for 3 to 4 weeks. Additionally, we have also used 2 other peaks where only the cannulation was done and the dialysis was performed with the needle dislodgement sessions apart from the grafted animal. I can see in the first image, a PTFE graft was placed in between the jugular and carotid artery, and it was matured properly. And you can see in the fourth image, we have two lines there. One is carrying, one is thinner and the other one is very dark. So the dark line is a venous end, the clearer line is the arterial line, returning line. And the last image is of all the tethering that is coming out from the animal body for the dialysis. Oh, sorry. Now, when you do needle dislodgement activities, there is expected that you would lose some blood. So you have to be ready with the transfusion also. So here we had used 2 extra animals with the same blood groupings. We had their blood ready for the transfusion. So apart from the fluid therapy, we also transfuse them with the same blood group blood. 16 gauge AV fistula needles were used for the bleeding, and before you perform a needle dislodgement, you have to see that your dialysis machine is working properly to come up with the baseline. And then once you see the you induce the dislodgement, at that time the dialysis machine the alarm should induce the stoppage of the dialysis machine also. So before that, you have to create a baseline. You have to keep on stopping the dialysis machine to come up with the data. And during this, around 70 to 100 ml blood was lost, and it was refurbished with the blood and the fluid therapy. So sometimes it is mandatory that the device should detect the fall in the blood pressures also when the needle dislodgement is happening, and to how much it should keep on. So the VND has got different sets of intensities of the alarm. How much is the blood pressure is falling, the alarm keeps on increasing its intensity and sound. So with very first alarm, the machine will not stop. The second alarm, the machine will stop. The third alarm would be so loud that it would awake the whole hospital. So these all settings were tested. It's not happening. It's not synchronizing. Machine is getting alarm with the needle. That the needle when so the needle has got some sort of impedance that is developing inside the machine, and it is related to the pressures. So if the needle is getting a continuous pressure of blood flow inside, and once it is dislodged, it would be a reverse flow. At that time, it would keep on giving the alarms. So it is always the pressure signal converted to impedance, and then this electrical signal is converted to alarming system. So day 1 we have already covered. Day 2 we have done some more sessions to for the needle dislodgement, and as I said, every time baseline was created, and every time whenever there was a needle dislodgement, we had created 2 different type of settings there, at the heart level and at the ground level. So at the heart level, you have at the torso level, if the needle dislodgement happens, how does it happen? If at the torso level it is happening, that means it's not the needle, some other tether has broken down, and because of the gravity, the pressure increases there, and it gives different alarm. So the nurse would know whether she has to come up and reposition the needle, or she has to come up and reposition the tethers. So we have done 4 sessions here, and around 200 to around 300 ml blood was lost in this. And as I said, every time it is refurbished by the blood transfusion. Similar session was done on day 3 in the fistula, and the last 2 sessions were done with the cannulated one. So I'll show the perm cath placement video. How do we do? So surgical process we have not covered here because of the invasiveness. But we always do all the cannulations or catheter placement in a very non-invasive manner that I can describe later. And we've finished this study in 5 different days with various sessions of doing needle dislodgement, and we came up with a conclusion that the machine was working perfectly. It was stopping the dialysis machine. It was giving proper alarms. So in conclusion, the alarming with the VND sessions confirmed the performance of the device, and because it's a minimal contact device, I would say there is no such type of safety evaluation because the device is not deployed inside the body of the animal. So every catheter is placed with the help of the sonographic assessment of the vasculature inside, and together with the angiographic confirmation. So this is a double line catheter that is placed inside the jugular vein. It has got double lumen inside. So one line would be acting as a vascular venous line, and the other would be arterial line. This catheter you can use for over 30 days if proper heparinization or the locking solution is changed time to time at 6-hourly intervals or 12-hourly intervals. It is called permanent catheter because it has got a bulb in the exit line, which locks in the subcutaneous tissue, doesn't let the catheter to come out. Here you don't have to expose the vessel. Catheter is placed in properly without any tissue exposure here, and that's how once the catheter is placed using such methods, there are very less chances that you get the upper blood flow affected. Also, you don't see the tissue reaction also there. So apart from the graft, we have used this animal to finish the last 2 sessions at the ground level. You don't have to secure this catheter with any suture to the neck. So these catheters would tell you how much cc you have to put as a locking solution in each line. So this is the only care that you have to take whenever you are doing locking solution placement after, let's say, 6 hours or 8 hours or 12 hours. It depends on how much strength you are using for these locking solutions. That's it. I'm open to questions if you have any. Rahul? Yes. Okay, so the video has missed to collect the image of the sonography. So this might be a normal practice in your clinic also, whenever you would be doing any, line placement anywhere in femoral or in jugular or in carotid.
Yeah, we normally do it in jugular. We do
Yeah.
a hemodialysis routinely.
Right.
Quite a few cases of renal impairment patient comes to us for the hemodialysis all over India.
Right.
Pune. Most of the time when we do jugular catheterization, next time the next session, second or third session, we start noticing clot formation.
That's
One
a
is
normal.
we use a heparin.
Right.
And second is putting a catheter on dog, which is aggressive, or maybe with a 12-year-old and getting irritated with the jugular tape around the neck. It becomes difficult to keep that catheter on. So will that solve the problem? And alarm system we don't have with our Nikiso machine. What dialysis machine we are using it?
No, the normal dialysis machines still are not coming with the alarming systems. So far, they are not. And this device is a prototype. It has come up recently. It's still under testing. So probably I would say in next 1 or 1.5 or 2 years, it would come to market. And then you can see that every machine is attached with this alarm system. But as you said, you would see the clotting, or you would see fibrin deposition inside, or the animals are aggressive. These are the challenges we also face, sir. So it's us only to come up or devise the strategy. How do we not, face these challenges? So that's why I say, if you put a permacath, you would at least come out of, half of the problems. But yes, that the animal should not touch it or pull it and all these things. This is depending on the caretaker or the owner. How does he take care? Generally, after this, we put a collar, and we also put a plaster bandage with keeping one hole inside, just for the 2 lines coming out.
Is there something like the patient is there in front of us, we can manage that thing. But patient goes home around 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, even 500 kilometers. If something bleeding happens that time, do you have any alarm system coming up like that?
That is why these products are for the hospital setups. Once they go back home, after that it's like we have to educate people how do they take care until the next session. There is no such magical device that will
Like something alarm ringing on the like Apple watch, that yes, something is coming out from there.
It's all visual observations that you'll have to.
Thank you.
Right, sir. Thanks. Okay, so shall we move to the next presentation, or? So the next presentation is a smaller one, as it's a long study, but I call it a smaller one because it's very straightforward. So again, it's a functional safety evaluation of a epicardial cardiac pacemaker implant in porcine model. So pacemakers as you would all be knowing, that pacemakers are always used for arrhythmias or to correct the arrhythmic conditions, particularly in bradycardiac or in tachycardiac patients, where there is always ectopics that you see in their ECGs and all that. And it gives you, now this is a sort of alarming situation that that we are also facing, whether we should use a permanent catheterized pacemakers, or we should use temporary pacemakers in the animal models or in the animal veterinary clinics here. So this model speaks about the epicardial pacemaker functional safety evaluation. And this is the pacemaker implant overview, that we have to first check outside the animal the impedance test, then sterility is there, sizing location is properly seen on keeping it on the ZIP process of the animal, and then loading the delivery, loading it on the delivery tool, properly dilating the opening, and then fixing the device on the ZIP process. All these process has to be properly tested before we go it for implantation. After that, we have to see whether it needs any corrections in the deployment, and whether where you are not getting any capture. So all these need to be verified before we put the implant inside. And this is the first image, says about the selection of the site, that it is on the ZIP process. The zipoid cartilage has to be clamped with the device here. The device comes up with the injection sort of delivery system. So you open the very little you open the chest. It's not a thoracotomy. It's opening about 1.5 to 2 centimeter at the ZIP process, then dilating the cavity until you feel the epicardium, and then place the pacemaker. This is 180-day study where you have to do follow-ups. Once the pacemaker is placed, on the day 0, when you do all the pacing activities, it is called taking the pacing threshold. So the term is capture. When you do a pacing activity is nothing but either you can increase the speed of the heartbeat or reduce it based on the arrhythmia. So pacing activity is tested every follow-up days, and on day 180, then the animal would be euthanized to explant the device. And you have to see in between, let's say after 2 months you don't get a capture. In that case, what has happened to it, because we are also doing a fluoroscopic confirmation of the device placement, whether the device is migrated from the place or not. If it is not migrated from the place, we have to see why the capture is not getting achieved there. In between, either you can go for a reparative surgery, or at the end of the study, you can expand the device and then can see histopathologically how the sac formation has been done, how is the probe flexible, how fibrosis has hampered the movement of the probe over the epicardium. So there are 3 components of the device. One is the device itself. Then the other is delivery system, and then third one is the control device, the console, where you can adjust the heartbeat, you can adjust the amplitude, you can adjust the electrical signal and all that. All these permutation combinations you have to test what is the maximum capture threshold. Capture threshold is something that you're pacing it at 145 beats per minute, and you're getting 145 beats per minute. That's a complete capture. But if you are not getting 145 when you are setting 145, in that case, if it is like 130 continuously, again it's a 80% threshold. If you are getting 145 but intermittently you are losing the capture, in that case again it becomes 30. So you have to come up with the inference that the device is giving how much capture threshold. So different settings we have to test there. What is the electrical input there? What is the amplitude? How much setting you have done for the beats? So, and the device comes with a with a battery backup inside. So always you have to make sure that there is a proper backup, battery backup, which is shown by the digital display of the console. Again, because it's a cardiac implant, all those necessary backup tray drugs we have to keep ready whenever you are doing a procedure. And it's a day zero procedure. It will not be as similar to the follow-ups. On follow-ups, animal is properly healed from the surgical process, and there you would not use it. But in case while you are doing pacing activities, if out of the electrical input that you have put there, let's say I am putting around a 10 volts sort of electrical input there, and it is pacing beyond 145. How do I control there? So I have to keep all my drugs that would control the tachycardic situation or the bradycardic situation in different modes, together with taking care of the animals cardiovascular system physiology. So apart from the standard drugs that we use in the normal cardiac, operations, like we have to use the blood thinner, you have to use the nitroglycerin, you have to use local infiltration drugs and all that. We've told to make sure that the animal is stable during the pacing and all that. If it goes beyond your control, you should have drugs to control them. Inotropes and amiodarone is always a choice of drug. Post-operative also, because it's related to cardiac, we always keep DAPT there in case some sort of bleeding happens inside. It should not form a lesion and it should not form a clot inside. Once the fibrosis develop on the epicardial probe and it is piercing the epicardium and there is a centesis situation, in that case it may damage the myocardium also. So you have to take care that you are giving enough post-operative drugs to take care of such injuries. And of course, with every follow-up, we have to do an angiography to confirm whether the probe is touching the epicardium or not. This is a time lapse. I could not cover the whole procedure in 2 minutes. That's why I fast forwarded it. So this is a first and second dilator of you after you expose the ZIP process, so that you make a way for the implantation process with the device underneath the ZIP process or sternum. So the device gets activated with just movement of the magnet near the chest cavity, and it gets off also with the console with the magnet only. So every time whenever we do the implantation, we have to check whether the device is working properly, and then we close the wound. So if you would not understand this, this is a delivery device. It's nothing but a handle with a tongue. The probe is hanging on the tongue and the handle is dislodging the device, clamping it on the ZIP process, and then the whole device is getting out. delivery device. So the delivery device to go inside underneath the ZIP process, all these dilatations is done after cutting the first cutting. Now this is a follow-up video. The animal is completely healed from the deployment surgery, and then it is under pacing activity testing. So we have to make sure on the follow-up days that fluoroscopically device shows the proper placement. It is not migrated from its original place there. The probe is touching the epicardium properly, and it is stimulating the capture. So generally 3 different orientations of the angiography or fluoroscopy is done. One is the PA view, the other is the lateral view, and then the LAO left or the right angulations. And the whole process you can see here, how does the device is seen in different angulations or different orientations. So all these procedure, as you can see, you have to keep an eye on its heartbeat, its saturation, and the other pulmonary parameters are also taken care of. That the animal is under proper respiratory backup. As you can see, I'm pacing it. The normal heartbeat is around 72 to 75. And we are pacing it to 120, and the pacing is seen up to 106. So you can interpret that as a 80% capture here. So at different settings with the different amplitude, with the different modes, you have to check the pacing activity, and we end it in a VOO mode. And once we place the magnet and deactivate the pacemaker inside, it is in its native dormant stage. It is not active. Whenever you need to make a pacing activity, you have to again activate it with the magnet, and with the console you can set up the parameters for the pacing activity. That's all for the pacemaker testing in animal model. Any questions, sir? I know it's a different field here where electrophysiologists are involved, and so far there are very less setups where the electrophysiologists are available. I have not done it. I have always taken help of the cardiovascular surgeons and interventionists together with the electrophysiologist. So it's always a teamwork. As I said this morning, somebody was asking how do we come up with these trainings. Sometimes it is very difficult, sir, to come up with the training. A veterinarian cannot do the whole job. It has to be a teamwork. So that's what. So every time when you take the animal for the follow-up, you have to do a pacing activity. And during the pacing activity, it's normal physiological ECG should not deviate. Like if you're take an example of a heartbeat. If you're setting your bradycardic situation below 45 and tachycardiac is above 145, that animal should be tested in that range.
The sepsis condition develops, how it is taken care there?
That's what this is a normal care that for every surgical opening that you should practice. I mean, on the day of the surgery also you have to give almost like 3 different broad spectrum antibiotic. After that, after procedure is done, up to 10 days we have to give the broad spectrum antibiotics to the animal, and the animal is always kept under monitoring. We have to also take the blood samples that there is not increase in the white blood cells and all that. These are the only parameters that you can see from external visualization. If you don't see any septic condition, but still if there is an inherent infection, that can be visible in the blood picture, and then you can start your antibiotic treatment. But more than that, as a part of the treatment, I would say we should follow aseptic surgical procedures. So whenever you are in the OT, that OT has to be fumigated before the procedure, and during the procedure the OT table area should be demarked, which is the aseptic area, which is a non-aseptic area, and all that. Like for the follow-up days, it doesn't matter that much, but on the procedural day, it should be very religiously followed for all the aseptic measures. That only gives you a very successful deployment procedure without these hiccups. These are external hiccups. These are managemental hiccups that have come up because of improper care of during the procedure or after the procedure.
After invasive surgical procedures, the survival of the animals and the recovery from the surgeries is quite good. Means mortality rate, or
we haven't seen any mortality because of that's what it depends on. How do you do a risk assessment, proper risk assessment of the process before the experiment starts? So every point, every activity that you do in the surgical process has to be assessed before you go for the surgical procedure.
any questions, please? It is open for question and answer.
And there is a last one. One last. Shall we move to the next presentation then? Then the last presentation is a pump, a device, a ventricular assisted device. A ventricular assisted device that is used in most of the patients with the that is seen in the patients where the ventricular dysfunctional is observed. So we have to bypass the ventricle and need to put a backup pumping mechanism where the blood can be pumped, which is coming from lung. So this model, because you have to see the pump running for let's say 7 days to 30 days and then to 3 months. Ovine model is the choice of test system here. So as you can see, this is a pump here, and this is the drainage line that is bringing the blood to the pump, because the ventricle is dysfunctional, or we have to bypass this ventricle, and then through the pump the blood is flown to the descending aorta, and that's how the blood circulation happens whenever we have to bypass the left portion of the heart. This pump can also be used in ECMO settings where you have to oxygenate the blood. So in case of the left ventricle, the blood comes even before it goes for the oxygenation to the lung, and together with that, then it gets oxygenated by external oxygenator, and then it is returned to the body. So we have started with, first we have done 3 sham operations to come up with the confidence of the surgical procedure, and then we went for the device testing. Same procedure, but little bit deviations from the porcine model. Fasting is similar, but during the fasting, as it is seen in sheep, there is always a loss of fluid during fasting procedure. So we have to start with some infusion of the fluids before we go for the procedure. And during the procedure, when we assess the map venous pressure, for that also we have to put lines. The basic difference from the porcine model to ovine model is the ruminal decompression. So whenever you're putting, most of veterinarians, you would be having, some exposure to putting the tube inside the mouth. They secrete so much of saliva that you have to keep on wiping the mouth. And during the procedure also, there is a lot of ruminal content that comes out. So you have to make sure that you are putting a Ryle's gastroduodenal tube inside the rumen of the animal, so that you can take care of whatever secretions are coming out. It is not blocking your respiratory tract. Again, same cardiac resuscitation drugs have to be handy, and then you should also put a probe, a rectal probe for the temperature assessment during the procedure, because it's an open heart surgery. Obviously, you would see the hypothermia there. So despite you are putting the animal on the warm blanket, we have placed it on the heterocooler machine and all that. Still then around 1 to 3 degrees drop is observed in these processes. So we have to continuously monitor the temperature of the animal by placement of the rectal probe. Also, there is a line for draining the urine. Then this is a left thoracotomy that we have practiced here. 4th or 5th intercostal is open, and basically every layer I would not discuss here. So with the electrocautery, we have gone up to the epicardium, and then we have targeted here. In this process, it is little bit different from bypassing the left ventricle, because placement of the cannules should be proper here. Some of the Edward cannules come up with an L angle. Some of the cannules are with the straight tip. So it depends which area you select. Either you can select the left appendage, atrial appendage, or you can go for the apex of the left ventricle. So here in this experiment, we had used a left atrial appendage to place the drainage line, and the return line was placed into the descending aorta. Then pump parameters were evaluated. Now, before the animal goes for the surgery, we have to come up with the cardiac output, because we have to keep the pump at the native flow. So the animal, which is around 40 to 50 kg, has a 3 to 4 liters of cardiac output. So you have to keep the pump also on that pace only. You cannot go up to 10 liters where the animal's native cardiac output flow is not that. Then after this was an acute experiment, which I am showing here is the pump was run for 6 hours, and after that the animal was euthanized and was sent for the evaluation of the shear stress that the blood shows during the pump movement. These are some of the images of the blood sample taken during the pump run, because the pump, generally all these pumps under testing generate a lot of heat. So during the heat generated by the pump running, there is always a shear stress effect on the blood of the animal. And that's how every time point you have to collect blood and need to see how much hemoglobin is released in the blood sample, and making it more red and red after you centrifuge it. Besides that, you have to also assess after explantation how much clotting has happened inside the pump and in the cannulae. And during the experimentation, if the hemoglobin goes down, that gives a clear idea of how much shear stress is the pump exerting on on the floor or on the circulating blood of the subject or patient. Same inotropes and other other drugs to keep handy for the resuscitation situation, right from nitroglycerin, amiodarone, norepinephrine, adrenaline, and atropine, lignocaine. All these would be used for taking care of any resuscitation situation. Sometimes due to the nature, ruminants have some sort of what do you call it, a muscle reaction when you give a thermocautery cut. So for that you have to apply paralytics, but then again you have to apply paralytics in a very short lasting paralytics. We've used succinylcholine here before the cut was given. And then while the chest cavity was closed up, you have to give proper amount of the infiltration inside for the lignocaine. This was an acute experiment, so I would be unable to show the video of the survival one. But of course, we have done one study for 3 days. I'm putting a disclaimer here, those who are very sensitive, please close your eyes. Yes. So you can see the drainage line was placed into the appendage of the left atrium, and the return line is placed inside the descending aorta. There is one more line that is coming out as a drainage line to drain the fluids that the animal secretes during the recovery period. So you have to keep the compressor there also. So the cardiac output was around 3 liters. We ran this pump for 3200 ml per minute for 6 hours without any hiccup, and the shear stress effects as displayed in the PowerPoint. This is a CentriMac pump, which is located externally. There are pumps that are deployed inside the chest cavity also, and the tetherings are coming out for the controlling device. In that case, you have to place the pump inside the chest cavity. That's all for this presentation. Any questions? Yes, sir. I am unable to hear.
So this device is specially used for the dilated cardiac myopathy patient or a wall defect patient.
These devices can be coupled with the ECMO pump. Now, if you had gone back a little bit into the into the hospital settings during COVID-19, you can find these devices everywhere because they were coupled with the ECMO pumps, where there was a lung bypass was bypassed for the treatment of the patient. So you can couple this pump together with the ECMO, the extracorporeal membrane oxygenation system, to give the support to the patient. But generally, as a VAD, it supports the ventricular dysfunction.
One more question. Like normally, this is an open bypass surgery.
Yes.
We normally do a laparoscopic. We haven't done thoracic surgery by laparoscopic way. How much was the blood loss normally, like expected? In this case?
That's all depends on how the surgeon is doing. If it is, like I can put these two cannulas into an artery and vein also without, opening the chest and can run the pump. But in case sometimes if you need to bypass particular region of the heart, in that case, when you are doing this, you have to make sure that you are putting proper, pursing suture before you are stabbing the incision inside the appendage or inside the aorta. These cannula placement is a very short, duration activity. You don't need to clamp anything. So there is a, jet of the blood that comes out when you stab it. But that you have to tolerate, and you have to make sure that it's a one-go activity when you are stabbing and putting the cannula inside and pulling the bursting suture. So that's where it's a teamwork that three people needs to take care of all this activity, and the nurse is always there to keep the suction.
Would you like to do it by laparoscopically? Please inform us. We'll be joining you.
Laparoscopic probes would be
like putting the camera into the thorax and doing these things directly bypass.
I agree to you. It would be a safer procedure, but we feel that if you have done it on the chest, it is always advisable that you need some room to place these things in a very close. It is not happening, and that's why people go for this. You can see, because it was dilated, the retractors were placed and it was very wide open, just for the purpose of taking a videography of that. Generally it is not this much open, and we don't have to cut any rib in the left thoracotomy.
In human beings, the same procedure is followed, open?
It is followed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. DC Sharma. It's a very creative and informative session. So here I request to our organizing secretary, Dr. Mahesh, come to dais and facilitate our research speaker, Dr. DC Sharma. Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. Thank you, Dr. DC Sharma. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of 10th International Pre-Conference Workshop of LASA and the entire LASA organizing team, speaker, guest, and participants, let me call it fraternity of the laboratory animal science. Here together and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all speakers and listeners. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to distribute the Diplomat Certificate of Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. So, I'm going to announce the name.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so I would like to announce the diplomates for the Indian College of Lab Animal Medicine. First, I will start with the founder, Dr. Arvind Ingle. So, founder member, as well as the award certificate. Yes, the next person. You could please.
Yeah, I have the pleasure to announce the Diplomat Certificate for Dr. Shakti Devan.
Yeah. Okay. So next person, founder, Dr. Kalidas Kogle, founder member, as well as the award certificate for Indian College of Lab Animal Medicine. So the next founder member, Dr. Gerald Magesh Kumar, as well as the award certificate for the Indian College of Laboratory Medicine. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Take it. So the next person, de facto member, Dr. P. Krishnamurthy, as well as the award certificate for the Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. Please come on to the stage. Please come. Take. So our next de facto member, Dr. Rahul Thorat, as well as the award certificate for Indian College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. Get the certificate from you, okay? Okay. So there are a few more diplomates. They could not able to make it today because of the other activities. Dr. S.G. Ramchandra, he was there this morning. He is our registrar. So the next de facto member, Dr. H.D. Sharma, he could not able to make it offline. The next de facto member, Dr. P.C. Prabhu, as well as the award certificate. Another de facto member, Dr. C. Kadrivelan. The next de facto member, Dr. K. Srinivasan, as well as the award certificate for Indian College of Laboratory and Animal Medicine. So the next de facto member, Dr. Vijay Bal Singh, as well as the award certificate for Indian College of Laboratory and Animal Medicine. The final, the de facto member, Dr. Magadev Kumar, as well as the award certificate for Indian College of Laboratory and Animal Medicine. So the certificate will be formally handed over to them. So thank you all for your participation, the award certificate. With that, I will request Swapnil to take over the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Shakti. So in continuation to vote of thanks, I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. S.G. Ramchandran, Dr. Arvind Ingle, Dr. R.K. Shakti Dhawan, and Dr. Kalidas Kohli for their Eclamp guidance. Definitely it will helpful for all. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Anup and Dr. D.C. Sharma for giving an excellent coverage to medical devices and pharmaceutical studies. We are all inspired by your great words. I also wish to express my gratitude to LASA organization team for providing delicious lunch and high tea. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and bird's eyes. For details, we have been fortunate enough to back a team of a very motivated and dedicated colleagues of LASA organizing team, and who know their job and are result oriented. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. So thank you once again to all participants, speakers, guests. So before closing the program, I would like to invite Dr. Jain for a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Swapnil. It's really happy feeling at the end of the day today, and you all cannot imagine like how much happy feeling we have as organizing secretaries. And thank you very much for you all for your patience and being here. And it is that makes us our day memorable. There are few announcements. I'm basically here to announce few things. Dinner is arranged at the same venue where the lunch is arranged. The timing will be 7:30, I guess. Yeah, the timing is 7:30. And also there is a very general announcement that please tag your bags with your names. There is a lot of chances that it may get interchange or exchange. Okay. Second announcement is buses will be plying from this destination from our venue to your accommodation places like guest house, wherever your accommodations are there. You can board the bus and that will drop you to your place of accommodation. Second thing, third and fourth thing is very important, and that the instruction has come from the NAM administration that very important thing, no litters will be sprayed inside the auditorium, please. No water bottles are also allowed inside. If you want to drink the water bottle, let us have the water and throw the bottle outside. Please do not bring it inside. This is not we as the organizing secretary. This is the instructions from the administration of NAM. Fourth is no parking is permitted in front of the auditorium and backside of the director's office. If somebody has parked the vehicle there, please remove it. Thank you very much. And we declare that today's the day is closed and wish you very happy stay in Hyderabad and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.